after Kathmandu, Nepal in 2021. We would like to thank President Suhong Park of the Korea Geospatial Information Society for his efforts in organizing the event, and Venkatesh Rakaben, Professor of Geoinformatics at Osaka City University, and Jo Myung-hee, member of the National Assembly, for taking time out of their busy schedules, and Director General Woo-sung Cho. I would also like to thank OSGeo Korea Chapter and the Korea Society for Geospatial Information for organizing this event, and the Seoul Metropolitan Government staff for their hard work. The moment when accumulated information is shared and utilized, a technology called breakthrough is made possible by the combined efforts of various actors. From technologies like personal mobility devices to urban air mobility, open source geo information is changing our world. The Seoul Metropolitan Government recognized the importance of open source and actively opens various public data in geoinformation to the private sector. And we are promoting the development of next-generation spatial information. We are disclosing various public data such as population and transportation through the Seoul Open Data Plaza platform, and has implemented a three-dimensional map service, S-Map, across Seoul to build digital twins, a key infrastructure for the fourth industrial revolution. The Seoul Metropolitan City believes that it is the role and responsibility of public institutions to help the private sector innovate by opening up public data, to help the private sector and innovate by opening up public data. Once again, we want to thank the Jo Myung-hee, member of the National Assembly. Once again, we thank you for joining us at FOSS4G-Asia 2023 Seoul, and we hope that you will be able to share your knowledge and experience and build new partnerships with us from all over the world. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. So to create a better Seoul, Vice Mayor 1 for Administrative Affairs of Kim Eui-seung has delivered his opening remarks. And now I'd like to invite President Park Soo-hong of Korea Special Information Society for his welcoming remarks. Please give him a big round of applause. Good morning. I am Park Soo-hong, President of Korea Geospatial Information Society. This FOSS4G-Asia 2023 is co-hosted by Seoul Metropolitan Government and Korea Special Information Society. Thank you for joining us today. And my special thanks goes to Kim Eui-seung, Vice Mayor 1 for Administrative Affairs of Metropolitan Government, and also the founder, Venkatesh Ragavan of OSGeo, and Jo Seok from National Geographic Information Institute, and National Assembly member Jo Myung-hee. Despite their busy schedule, today we are gathered here to discuss the future direction of geoinformatics and geospatial information, and I'm delighted and honored to be here and to develop the geospatial information and technology. FOSS4G 2023 is being held thanks to the efforts of OSGeo, and this event has contributed a lot to addressing global issues faced by humanity. And this time, through workshop, forum, and conference and seminar, many experts will share their insight and discuss how to develop and utilize open source technology. Well, for the past 30 years, Seoul has been utilizing geospatial information and cutting-edge technology, and it's really timely and meaningful to host this event in Seoul. And Korea Geographic Information Society has joined and participated in many events and conferences. And based on our knowledge and experience, we were able to co-host this important event. And this will be a venue for you to share your information, knowledge, and expertise. And based on the spirit of FOSS4G, I hope this event can open a new opportunity for growth and cooperation. And thanks to your passion and participation, this event will be really meaningful. And I hope you enjoy every moment of your stay in Seoul. Once again, congratulations and welcome all of you to FOSS4G 2023. I hope you find it worth your while. Thank you.
고맙습니다. 먼 거리마다 않고 또 해외에서 함께해 주신 모든 시간 내어주신 또 한국의 창석자 여러분들께
He just thanked the participants from all over the world and from Korea. Thank you very much, President Park Soo-hong. Now next, we would like to welcome founder of OSGeo, Van Ragavan, professor of Osaka City University. Please welcome him.
안녕하세요, and very hearty greetings to you. Good morning to you. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to send my warm greetings and thanks to the Honorable Vice Mayor of Seoul, Kim Ye-sung, maybe I pronounce it wrong. Also to Professor So Hong Park, President of the Korean Spatial Information Society, and Professor Jung Young Choi, who is the co-chair of this FOSS4G-Asia 2023, and to the member of the National Assembly, who is present, honorable member of the National Assembly who is present here. I shall call as Miss Jo, if pardon me if I misspelled. So I am very happy to have this opportunity to meet familiar friends in this room today. And among the familiar friends, a very great friend is sitting in front of me, Mr. Sang-hee Singh, who is very much responsible for what is happening here. This is through the constant support and patronage that have been instrumental in the conduct of FOSS4G-Asia conference series. I would like to welcome all the familiar faces whose constant support and patronage has been instrumental in the conduct of the FOSS4G-Asia conference series. I would also like to welcome new friends. I see many new friends here attending the FOSS4G conference for the first time. Welcome to all of you to our community. FOSS4G-Asia is a prestigious biennial event that brings together academia, government, the industry, and in the interest of addressing issues related to free and open source technologies for geoinformatics. We are very honored to receive the trust of the communities in Asia over the years. The confidence that the conference has become a conduit for people with diverse yet common interests in sharing knowledge and experiences with FOSS4G for the betterment of our planet. FOSS4G is running 20 this year and will attain adulthood in 2024. The first FOSS4G 2004, which was named as a free libre open source software for geoinformatics back then, was held in Chulalongkorn University in Thailand. FOSS4G Asia under its current name was also first held in 2014, again in Thailand, in Bangkok. The Korean community, the Korean FOSS4G community has the rare distinction of being a gracious host for both FOSS4G Global Conference in 2015 and the regional FOSS4G conference that we are having today. I would like to thank our colleagues and friends in Korea for their unstinting support to foster a vibrant FOSS4G society, FOSS4G community in Asia. Since the first FOSS4G 2004 conference, FOSS4G-Asia has attracted many scholars, practitioners, businesses, young researchers, and students from Asia and around the world. At FOSS4G-Asia, we meet both new and old friends. In 2023, the organizing committee has brought the Asian community leaders back to Korea with some new efforts and expectations. I think the open-mindedness in science and enthusiasm of the participants remains unwavering and has become the soul, I can also pronounce it Seoul, of FOSS4G Asian community. I believe that we can keep this momentum going. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to warmly welcome all the scholars, distinguished guests who contribute to the success of FOSS4G 2023. I hope you will have many interesting and profound exchanges over the next 4 days. Enjoy your stay in this beautiful city and wish you all health and happiness and wonderful memories in the times to come. Thank you very much. I forget how to say thank you in Korea, but thank you.
Thank you. Taking your stuff all the way here, Seoul, Korea, and also delivering us a warm-hearted speech. And I'd like to say once again, thank you in Korean. 감사합니다. Thank you very much once again. 네, 정말 따뜻한.
Thank you for your warm, welcoming remarks, Venkatesh Raghavan, welcoming all participants here today. And many VIPs are here with us today, so I'd like to listen to congratulatory remarks, first from Deputy Floor Leader for People Power Party, Jo Myung-hee. Good morning. I'm Jo Myung-hee. I see familiar faces here today. So from Seoul Metropolitan Government, Kim Eui-seung, Vice Mayor 1 for Administrative Affairs, is here with us. And thank you, Mr. Kim, for hosting this important event. I can see your passion and expertise. So I heard that FOSS4G was first created in 2014. And thank you, Venkatesh Raghavan, for speaking in both Korean and English. Venkatesh Raghavan, founder of FOSS4G, thank you for your welcoming remarks. And Park Soo-hong, president of Geospatial Information Society. Jo Seok, president of National Geographic Information Institute. Shin Sang-hee, Professor Lee. I see so many familiar faces, and I'm the first person who joined in geospatial information. Well, I heard that it's the fourth time for the LX bill was tabled, and I am opposed to it because 94% of projects are just presented by themselves. It's not being objectively assessed by Korea Procurement Service. There are more than 600 SMEs, and they need to go through objective competition, and the procurement service will need to make objective assessment. But the geoinformatics was excluded from the assessment criteria. So I am concerned about recent trends. So I complained this service to repost their notice, including geoinformatics. So that's why I couldn't come here as the first participant. But FOSS4G played an important role, and especially it costed a lot to process geospatial information before, such as the engine or ortho-rectified imagery processing. But FOSS4G actually helped commercialize this information and the industry experts to use free and open source software for geoinformatics, and that was possible thanks to many people's efforts. So I joined the National Assembly and I talked with President Cho of NGII today, and actually I made a promise that I would like to include not just autonomous driving, but water resources and forestry in our government agenda. But dominant parties are not really assigning budget for these agenda item, and also there are many satellites, and in 2025, agricultural satellite will be launched, and there are many marine and forestry satellites, but 50 centimeter satellite should be utilized a lot by both private and public sectors. And that's why I think Vice Mayor Won Kim's presence is meaningful. So geoinformatics and the national base map on the scale of 1 to 1,000 should be able to cover the entire nation. I hope for your cooperation and congratulations. I hope this forum can be really helpful. For Seoul, the city for geospatial information, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you, Vice Mayor Won Kim. And I heard this event will last for 5 days, invited by 31 countries around the world, and especially Venkatesh Raghavan, professor at Osaka City University. Please share your interest and insight in successful hosting of this event, and I hope Korea will be leading these geospatial information. And I'm also trying very hard to be re-elected, and as long as I serve as a policymaker, I will provide a lot of support.
Thank you very much. In the National Assembly, there are many relevant people who are also working for the sector. And now moving on, we would like to welcome Cho Woo-seok from National Geographic Information Institute. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Good morning, distinguished guests and students and professors and all who participate in this meeting. It's a really great honor for me to give a congratulatory speech today, and also the welcome to this chilly cold weather in Korea. But somehow we're trying to look at the bright side. We can sit tight together, so then we can just feel warm of the each other who is sitting next to each other. I'm going to switch to Korean, so then I'm going to give my congratulatory speech to all my colleagues. And it's really nice to see all the familiar faces. Even much pleasure to see new friends' faces here in FOSS4G meetings. 안녕하십니까? 저는 국토지리조원장 조.
Hello, my name is Usok Cho, Director General of National Geographic Information Institute. It is my honor to congratulate you on the FOSS4G-Asia 2020 Seoul. Recently, our society is changing rapidly due to the development of IT technologies such as hyperconnection and artificial intelligence. And the Korean government is trying its best to create a leap forward in the era of artificial intelligence by establishing the 7th National Geospatial Information Policy Basic Plan. And also, we are trying to create the numerical maps, management of GNSS control locations, and creation of high-precision maps, so we can create the core digital infrastructure for the digital transformation era. In the era of digital twins and metaverse, geospatial information connects virtual and real spaces and serves as core information for positioning and navigation. Cloud, big data, new technologies are now produced by the mass, and now it's proven to be stable. The open source adoption is heating up even in the government and public sectors, in line with the digital transformation trend. The free sharing and community-based development of open source geospatial software is an important tool for advancing the innovation and progress we can achieve. In this event, knowledge and experience will be shared, and I hope the venue provides an excellent opportunity to share your insights. And for the development of the geospatial sector, the Seoul Metropolitan Government will do its best, and also our institute will do its best to develop the geospatial sector. And I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this event, Seoul Metropolitan Government, Korean Society for Geospatial Information Service, and the OSGeo Korean chapter. We wish everyone who attended a healthy and happy life where all their prayers and wishes are fulfilled. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cho Woo-seok, president of NGII, is playing an important role in geoinformatics, and thank you for your presence and congratulatory remarks. And we will take a group photo because we are joined by important guests. And I'd like to once again thank online participants, and we'll wrap up the opening ceremony and listen to the keynote speech right after taking group photo.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you. So those who are
그리고 저희 이제 바로 기조 발표 진행을 할 예정입니다. 자리 착석하시는 대로
As soon as the guests are seated, we will move on to keynote speech.
find their seats. I would like to begin the keynote speech. So please take your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation. 고맙습니다. 더욱더 아름다운 도시를 만들기 위한 많은 사람들의
So, many people are making unwavering efforts to create a beautiful city and better city, and we are now here gathered together to share the achievements so far. And for the keynote speech, many important guests are here with us.
네, 그럼 지금부터 기조
Now we will listen to keynote presentation. First keynote speech will be provided by Frederick Werner, Head of Strategic Engagement at ITU, on the theme of AI, Geospatial, the time is now. Please give him a big round of applause.
to the podium for the first keynote speech. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My name is Fred Werner from the ITU, and it's a privilege to be here. And I'd like to thank the organizers and the City of Seoul and all the distinguished guests for the opportunity to be here today. Now, for those of you that don't know ITU, ITU is the International Telecommunication Union, and we're the United Nations specialized agency on information and communication technologies. And basically, we do three things. We allocate and harmonize radio spectrum and satellite orbits. We develop international technical standards that underpin modern telecommunication networks. And we assist developing countries in bringing up their ICT infrastructure through capacity building, training, and related activities. And we're also unique in the UN family in that we're the only UN agency that has a membership mixed of member states, 193 member states, 900 private sector members, private companies, and also 150 academic institutions. And for example, yesterday we were visiting Hyundai, Samsung. This afternoon we're going to visit the ministry and ETRI. And these are all examples of members from Korea in ITU. And we're also the organizers of the AI for Good Global Summit, co-convened by Switzerland in partnership with 40 UN sister agencies. Now, before I begin, I'd like to share something with you that came across my desk a few days ago that I think might interest you. So I'd like you to just take a moment and have a look at this image and just try and think, you know, what's going on here? On the left, you have an image. On the right, you have some video. What's happening in this frame? Okay. Now here's another image, a similar setup. You have a photo on the left, some video on the right. What's happening in this image? And one last example, I think you get the picture. So what on earth is going on here? Is this a trailer to the latest Mission Impossible movie? Is this some new spy app from the dark web that you can get? No, it's actually an art project called The Follower. And what this artist did is he recorded 10 days of footage from open camera feeds, which you can find on any public square. There's probably 10 of them outside this building right here. And then he went to Instagram and scraped all publicly available profiles that are geotagged with the same location as the camera on the public squares. And then basically using machine learning tools and open source, he created a match. So now you can see exactly what this football player was doing before he took his glorious Instagram selfie. Now, why am I telling you this? When we created AI for Good in 2017, this kind of technology wasn't widely available. Maybe Google or certain governments had access to this technology and could do things with it. But now you literally have an artist working from his bedroom who can do this. And just a bit of patience, a bit of time and creativity and using open tools, and there you go. Now, is this good? Is this bad? Is this in the gray zone? Well, it depends, right? So in this case, it's a rather creative art project. I kind of like it. I almost wish I would have thought about this myself. But it's not hard to imagine how this could be used and abused in the wrong hands. And that's one of the many reasons that we created AI for Good. So AI for Good was built on the premise that we now have less than 10 years to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And AI holds great promise to advance many of those goals and targets. So anything from climate change to education for all, affordable healthcare, gender equity, smart cities, autonomous driving, the use cases are definitely there. And one of the best parts about working for AI for Good is you actually see these use cases coming across our desk almost every day. But how do we know that a high potential AI application works equally well on men or on women, or on persons with different skin colors, or on the young or the elderly, or in low resource settings where basic things like connectivity and electricity are still an issue? So these are not things that occur naturally to the fast-moving tech industry. I think the attitude is more, let's build it and we'll fix it later. But these are things that we do reflect upon deeply at AI for Good. So how do we know what problems to work on? Basically, what's good for me might not be good for you. Different countries, different communities, different organizations have different priorities. And in fact, I think we could all spend all day in this room trying to figure out what is good and not have a good answer. It would probably take all week. But luckily, we don't need to start from scratch because we have the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to guide us. So 169 targets, 17 goals to be achieved by 2030. And this really acts as our lighthouse and our beacon and our framework for decision making. So whenever we're working on these high potential applications, we don't always have to go back to the drawing board and try and think about what is good. We have this framework right in front of us. So simply put, what is AI for Good? AI for Good, the goal is to identify practical applications of AI to advance the Sustainable Development Goals and figure out how to scale those solutions for global impact. And how do we do this? Well, first of all, we can't do this alone. That's why we have 40 UN sister agencies as partners of AI for Good. So that's virtually the entire UN system behind AI for Good, contributing expertise, knowledge, helping with our webinars, building networks, and also, they're there to learn. And I think you'll recognize quite a few of these logos that might be partners of yours already. Now, the AI experts would say that AI is too important to leave to the experts alone. So great efforts have been to bring as many different voices to the table. So everything from civil society to NGOs, to UN agencies, to industry experts, academic experts, government agencies, international organizations, media, and even the artists and the creatives. They're all there who have a voice to share in charting a beneficial course for AI for humankind. And basically what happened is we created the summit in 2017, and of course, it grew exponentially in size every year. And then when COVID hit, we decided to put our program online. And that increased rapidly. And now we're doing something in the order of 150 online events every year. And on top of that, a physical summit. And to support this, we developed a platform called the Neural Network. And this is where all of our online activity is held. And the Neural Network is basically part Netflix in the sense that we have hundreds of AI for Good webinars, expert talks, panels on the platform. It's part dating app, if you will. So you have a smart matching mechanism. So for example, if you say, I need data, I have data, there would be a match. Or I need cloud compute, I have cloud compute, there would be a match. Or I need funding, I have funding. That's actually a very popular one, there would be a match. And then, of course, it acts as a virtual events platform as well. And we now have 25,000 members on the Neural Network from 183 countries, all sharing knowledge and collaborating around AI for Good. Now, AI for Good is presented on three streams, if you will. So you have what we call Learn, Build, and Connect. And Learn is basically exchange of knowledge, best practice, expertise, discourse on AI topics aligned with the SDGs. Build is where we have our collaboration efforts, and one of them is our Geo AI Challenge, which I'll get into. And then Connect is where we connect online on the neural network, but also in person at Physical Summit. And one of our claims to fame is that we're action-oriented, and we're more than just a talk shop. And probably one of the best examples of this takes place in our focus groups. So these are pre-standardization efforts, and I like to think of them as, the community working on the building blocks needed to scale AI for good globally, but also working on all the bottlenecks that are preventing AI for good problem solving, achieving global scale as well. So here we have a number of our pre-standards efforts in partnership with the relevant UN agencies. So for example, AI for Health with WHO, AI and Natural Disaster Management with WMO and UNEP. And of course, within this group, there's a lot of use cases using satellite images to help map and predict and mitigate natural disasters. AI and digital agriculture, likewise, satellite imagery being one of the key tools combined with AI, big data, and IoT to basically advance the field of sustainable agriculture and food for all. And then a wide range of other topics as well, like 5G and autonomous driving, energy efficiency, and what have you. And also another good example of AI for good in action would be our Geo AI activities. So in 2001, basically we identified a gap in our activities where we saw that there's huge potential where if you combine geospatial Earth observation data with other data sources and then combined with advances in AI and also advances in compute power, which we've seen since 2001 is increasing exponentially, that you have huge potential to solve a lot of interesting puzzles with relation to sustainable development. So some interesting use cases would be, for example, mapping deforestation in real time using satellite data, or, for example, locating schools in developing countries. So actually finding schools and knowing where they are is actually a huge problem in education in low-resource settings. And so what are some of the ways that we collect this information? So if you use the analogy of data being the oil of AI, so obviously maybe the most obvious thing that comes to mind is in the sky, so looking at satellites, looking at aircrafts, looking at drones, optical images and videos, LiDAR, SAR, multi and hyperspectral imagery, GNSS. So those are the use cases that most people bring to mind. But when you start to combine it with different sources, so for example, with the introduction video that I showed you, where you had publicly available camera feeds combined with geolocation, combined with social media data, then you get some interesting things that can start to happen. And in that case, it was not an art project, but I think that the challenge to our community would be how can you combine these things for good, rather, or to help advance the sustainable development goals. And then here you'll see another, a wide range of other data sources, whether it's government data, social media, points of interest, geotag media, GPS, user reviews, and then basically using the power of AI and machine learning to create links between all of these data sources. And last but not least would be, information coming from water, whether it's on top or below water, using sonar, LiDAR, and different techniques there. So basically, to support all this and build a body of knowledge and a community of practice and expertise around this, we can't take for granted that this existed a long time ago. And because it's interdisciplinary and bringing many different groups of people and expertise together, we needed help with this. So I'm just here offering the platform. And the three curators of our Geo AI activities are Maria Brovelli from Politecnico di Milano, and she's here. We connected online. If she's here, maybe she'll raise her hand. There she is. So she's the real expert. I'm just here highlighting her amazing work, and she'll be giving a talk later where I think she can do a deep dive in what we're actually doing on this platform. And then, of course, other colleagues like Nadine Alema from the Open Geospatial Consortium, and Barbara Ryan from the World Geospatial Industry Organization. And basically to support this, we had two streams, if you will. One would be our Discovery series, which is a series of webinars and expert talks to build knowledge around this area. but then also supported by some action, if you will, which in the form of GeoAI machine learning challenges. And basically, this has been presented in a series of webinars since 2001, curated by Maria. And here you can see all the different topics that we've covered. And if you look at a typical university course that might run a semester, 15 weeks, 2 or 3 hours a week, you might end up with about 30 hours of content. But the amazing job that Maria and colleagues did, they've done over 25 webinars, totaling probably 70 hours plus of content. And if you actually put that together, that would be much more substantial than any university course out there that's actually available right now. And because it does combine so many different topics and angles and disciplines, it really is unique and should be seen as a real learning resource for the community. And in fact, at the last Global Summit, Maria put together a session on education in GeoAI. And then that's organized around different, a syllabus, if you will, on GeoAI for developers, for appliers, for decision makers. There's a body of knowledge. And I believe in the next Global Summit in Geneva, there'll be more on this and how to put that together. So I would put that as a challenge to the community to get involved with this, because this is an evolving area of work. And there's great expertise and knowledge being built around this. And I feel like we've only scratched the surface on the potential of what we can actually do with this to help advance the SDGs. So to support this, we've also launched a series of machine learning challenges on GeoAI. And I just want to play a little video which provides an overview of our 5 latest challenges. Okay, great. And I don't know if anyone here has competed in these challenges, but this is something that we're running each year. And hopefully, if not, then now you're aware and maybe you can get involved in the future. And here you can see basically there's a hyperlink to the challenges. There's a QR code to our GitHub repository. And I almost wish that this event was a few weeks later, because we have the grand finale of all these challenges happening in the next 2 or 3 weeks, and that's where all the most promising use cases will be presented. But I'm sure that this won't be the last time that we're here, and then maybe either you'll see those use cases at AI for Good, or maybe we could even bring some of those people to the next edition of this event. And here you just have an overview of the different challenges and the participants, the organizers, how many people participated, the number of submissions and the prize money, and also the number of countries that participated in each challenge. And also what's quite notable is the number of participants from Africa and from developing countries as well. So it really is a global platform. And then here's just a quick overview of the presentation of the finalists who competed in each of these challenges that will be upcoming on our AI for Good platform. So on the air pollution susceptibility mapping challenge, that'll be on December 4th. And then on the cropland mapping, that'll be on December 5th. Landslide susceptibility mapping on December 6th. The location mention recognition, so that's actually the example where you would combine social media data with different data sources and different images sources. That would be on December 14th. And the last one would be on estimating soil parameters. from hyperspectral images on December 15th. So you can see there's a huge amount of activity happening here, and that's just a snapshot of the whole AI for Good platform. But again, I would like to reiterate that we are just a platform, and without the experts like Maria and yourselves, it would be nothing. So I would invite all of you to check it out, to participate, to get involved. And if you missed the boat this year, I'm sure we'll be doing another challenge next year as well. And then just one quick date I'd like to highlight is the next Global Summit in Geneva would be on the 30th and 31st of May. And of course, you're all invited. It's a free conference. So all you have to do is sign up and come. And if you can't travel to Geneva, it will be available online. And with that, I would just like to leave you with a final message to, basically leverage the AI for Good platform. So of course, you can attend and learn all our weekly webinars and physical summit. You can also network with our 25,000 members of the neural network community online. You can also be visible, so you can leverage the network to share your work. Just get in touch if you have interesting work that you think would be featured on the neural network and AI for Good. The only criteria really is somehow you're using AI in an interesting way to advance one or more of the SDG goals and targets. And then, of course, you can collaborate. So we have our machine learning challenges, our startup pitching competitions, our pre-standardization efforts that are all looking for knowledge and expertise from a community like yours. And then, of course, to innovate. So we're always looking for new ideas. And with that, I'd like to thank you all. And I'll be here until noon if you have any questions. And my colleague, Guillaume, who's somewhere here, he'll be here all day. So thank you, and looking forward to the next talks.
For your remarkable presentation. Why don't I give another big round of applause to Mr. Frederick Berner. Thank you once again for providing an opportunity to think about the future and the changes that SATES will undergo as a result of AI technology. And let's participate in the AI Summit that will be held in Geneva next year. So now, 이번에는 여러분과 함께 두 번째 기조
Now moving on, we'd like to welcome the speaker for the second keynote speaker. Previously, Professor Werner explained about the AI technologies that can make the future better. Now we are going to hear the stories about the Seoul metropolitan city with the topic of the AI changes and the changes to the inclusive city. Lee Sang-yong of Seoul metropolitan city will give you the keynote presentation. Welcome. My name is Sang-yong Lee. I am in charge of digital affairs in Seoul metropolitan city. So I'm going to talk about, the Professor Werner talked about many things, but what is Seoul metropolitan city doing and which direction it is heading? Because we are heading to the era of AI. Because of the ChatGPT made by OpenAI, many people are crazy about the artificial intelligence, but we are not seeing any business models 1 year after. So we need to see how much output we can make out of the resources we put in. And recently, there are many language models made, especially the small language models, and that is connected to the open source, and that is revealed by Facebook, Meta, and Google. And we need to see what changes we will see in the future due to the artificial intelligence, and how we can use it together with the citizens will be explained in my presentation. There are good language models, and how can it change the future? I think, first of all, the English conversation market will be dead, because now you can use your mobile phones to practice English conversation. Then you need a small language. So there's a Neom City project. Neo is a combination of word neo, new, and the city. And there are many projects under it. And it covers distance of 170 kilometers, and it can accommodate about 90,000 people. So it uses the state-of-the-art technologies and smart city. Can these be realized? Of course, it is realizing the future of the environmental city, but many people think, isn't it just promotional? Because the resource put in is huge, about $670 trillion. And big companies like Hyundai and Samsung is working on it. But there are many challenges like technology. Even if we solve the technological part, but can we make the communication possible in the smart city is a real problem. And we have to ensure the moving rights of the people. And we need to make many stops for this. And can this city has a value of an environmental city? Because we have to accommodate 9 million people. And it is only 1% that these people can connect with each other. Then how we can make use of the smart city technology will be very important in this project. The connectivity between people and the building of communities between residents were proposed by many old theories. How we can make use of the city to make people convenient is the new urbanism, and that's called smart city. And we have to make cities that are more human and make more connections between people, and that's the direction we should be headed to. And we sometimes call cognitive city. For the smart cities to be made possible, we need to make a smart city first, and then we need to make it convenient for the citizens. It's been a while that we've been talking about 5G, and now we're talking about 6G. And vehicles talk to each other, and it allows the cars to prevent accidents. And these technologies we've been talking about decades. Is it realized? Not really. Not only because of the technological challenges, but there are challenges in terms of people's perception. So how can we solve this problem? And for this, we've been collecting data. To collect data, we have been installing sensors, not only in Seoul government, but in other governments. They installed sensors and collected data. And the problem in here was collection was hard, and storing data had the security issues. So although we've been doing this for a while, but it is very hard for us to realize this in a real-time data, to simulate things in real time. And we've come up with the concept of digital twin in recent years, and the Seoul Metropolitan Government is thinking of many administrative things using this. Collecting data and simulating them to see the real result uses open source data. So how should we make smart cities for digital twin? First one is administrative services. And what kind of roles should we have in the smart city? We can use open labs and citizens' participation. Seoul Metropolitan City have developed many things using the digital twin-based administrative services, and I think we can introduce them in days. There are many cases in other countries too, not only Seoul. In Singapore, they are building a smart city, and also Orlando, they are simulating many results using the data they collected to serve the administrative services. And one of the examples is the SMAP produced by the Seoul City government. We are now simulating environmental results and how we can Imagine the urban construction and the movement of citizens are simulated in here. And 3D dimension data are open to the public. Of course, the digital twin published by the Seoul Metropolitan Government is making many new services. So Seoul City government is trying its best to open this geospatial data. And by implementing Metaverse Seoul, we want to provide administrative services, and we're actually doing it right now. And last year, Metaverse was all the hit, but with the era of AI, now we are not paying much attention to the Metaverse because there are many talks that not many technologies or many applications can be made by Metaverse. And if we can use digital twin and administrative services in the Metaverse, and if citizens can use it, it will be very good. So we are upgrading this Metaverse Seoul continuously. I don't think the foreigners know this street. This is a street in the Joseon era, Yukjo Street. It's a simulation of 6 streets. Now I'm only showing an image, but now in the digital twin, you can see the virtual streets of the past. So this is the simulation provided by the government. So how we can show this street in the past is what we are experimenting in the government. And also, we are connecting the service to the metaverse, where the Korean citizens and all people can access. Although we have difficulties in terms of budget, but we are trying our best to this. And recently, the Blue House is open to the public, and now the people can go into the Blue House virtually by using the digital twin. Of course, we can physically visit there, but through the simulation, people outside Seoul or Korea can visit a Blue House virtually. So it is also very good for tourism. So I told you that the urbanism should direct to the convenience for the citizens, and we are pursuing that. And for this, we need the data collection and the utilization of the data. And we also have to think about the resources or the cost for data collection. That is some challenge we are facing. And these images are the images that are made in 1 minute using the AI. So it is we're living in this era where we can make things so easily using the AI. Of course, it's not that natural, but in this era, we need to really think about the security of the data collection and also the utilization of the data. And also, one of the problem is the lack of civic awareness and perception. So when we make or implement a smart city, how will we make civic awareness? And the most important part in here is the perception of citizens in inclusive city. Every moment we are making smart cities, it creates the socially weak. And the Seoul city government is focusing on how we can help the socially weak in this smart city. And we are specifically focusing on the people who are not as knowledgeable in the digital world. So what is our view of our smart city? It is transforming the urban economy as a whole. And in this process, we want to protect the socially weak and make it an inclusive city. Of course, using the AI, we want to make smart city very easy to use. As I mentioned before, we still need a lot of resources in the AI. People say 900 million won is used per day for OpenAI. So that's a lot of resources for using the AI. But if we can make use of the data collected and make it more convenient for citizens and also make it useful for digitally weak people, it will be realized. I don't know it can be fastly achieved or not, but it will come one day. This is some images I made with the AI about smart city, that people communicate with each other in this smart city. So in the end, the problem is how we can invite people into the city, make smart city as the inclusive city. Leading at the government level is a very hard task. So we have to do the public and private cooperation, and then we have to use the technologies that can protect the weak people. And that is the direction that the Seoul metropolitan government is heading to. And make use of the resources in a more efficient manner is the direction we are pursuing. Thank you very much.
네, 발표해주신 이상욱 소장님 고맙습니다.
Thank you for your presentation, Lee Sang-young. So Seoul Metropolitan Government is using geospatial information for many different ideas. Thank you for your presentation. And now we will listen to the final keynote speech. Joni Garnett will give a presentation on introducing OSGeo as a public space. Please give her a big round of applause.
Jody Garnett from OSGeo for the last keynote speech. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, well, welcome. I'm really honored to speak with everyone today, and I'd really like to thank all the public servants from the city of Seoul and Korea that have chosen to join us. I've committed a strategic mistake. I have very pretty pictures in my slide, but I can't see my speaker notes, so I'm going to have to speak from the heart today. I was reminded when I showed this presentation to someone that I needed to introduce myself. My name's Jody Garnett. I'm an employee of GeoCat, a small company based out of the Netherlands. So I want to thank my employer for the opportunity to speak with you today. But the reason I'm here today is I volunteer with the Open Source Geospatial Foundation. I'm a previous chair of the OSGeo board, serving in, 2018 or so. And I also volunteer with the Incubation Committee. This is a committee that helps open source projects learn how to be open source projects and communicate with the public. But the real reason I'm here today is because I attended a board meeting because I care, and they asked for assistance because someone wasn't able to attend here. And I said, I'm willing to help. So that is the reason why I'm here, is because I care, and I'm willing to put up my hand and say that I'd like to help. So I'd like to, I have the honor to introduce the Open Source Geospatial Foundation to everybody here today. So I've practiced introducing OSGeo in a number of different ways previously. So I could go through the vision of the foundation, its mission, its goals, what it wants to accomplish, and that's a really nice introduction. I've also introduced the foundation in terms of its structure, how it's set up with committees and different open source projects, and that's another nice way to introduce things. I've also introduced the foundation in terms of what technologies it has to share and provide everybody. But today, I'd like to actually try a different approach. I'd like to invite everyone to participate, and I'd like to talk about why. So I introduced myself saying that I care, and so I'd like to explain to you a little bit why I care and why I'd like to encourage you to care. So yeah, please bear with me for a moment, and I'd love a chance to introduce you to what OSGeo is and who we are and why we do what we do. So one public speaker, one thought leader that I'm very enchanted with is a lady called Astra Taylor, and she speaks on democracy. And she tries to invite people to consider democracy to be more than just voting. So we had our public representative here today saying that she was seeking re-election. Democracy is more than just voting. It's also it also has lots of examples of how spaces exist for democracy. So I come from the west coast of Canada, and I live on Vancouver Island. And a really good example of democracy for me is that my island has these big, huge ferries that allow any member of the public to come and visit the island. In Seoul, we've got the wonderful example of the subway and the public transit system, which is an amazing statement of care for society and one of the cleanest transportation systems I've ever seen. And yeah, so I just would like to ask people to consider democracy as more than just voting, but also the concept of being inclusive and creating a public space for the population, for the people to thrive. And that's going to be one of the things that we do at OSGeo. So one of the best examples we've got of democracy as a space is a public library. So a public library is literally a cathedral to democracy. It empowers the population with knowledge. It provides them a space that anyone can enter and be helped and informed. And yeah, so this is what I'd like you to consider when we hold up an ideal of what creating a public space for the public, for the people to enjoy. So our mission for OSGeo is to empower everyone with open source geospatial. And this is very much about public service. This is very much about empowering humanity to take control of the world around us, to understand the world around us, to benefit each other. So OSGeo is set up as an inclusive software foundation, and it's built around this concept, this open philosophy of treating each other with respect and granting everyone the equal terms to and the community-driven development. So we really want to make sure that everybody is able to access the technology and the tools that we produce, and that everybody can have an equal say, can find a way to take part and take kind of leadership and responsibility for the technology. A key aspect of OSGeo is that it is volunteer driven. There was a wonderful email sent out this morning about this conference and about how it is powered by volunteers. There is a professional conference organizer, but primarily this conference is put on by all the people in the yellow shirts that are volunteering to help you out today. This is a wonderful example of a public service. These people are from their heart creating a space for you to enjoy this week and to support and empower each other. OSGeo does have members, so you can actually go to the OSGeo website and sign on and become a member. And I think we've got maybe 10 or 13,000 members at the moment. We also have a number of voting members or charter members. These members are recognized by their peers and they're nominated. We just completed our member nominations a few months ago. And these members have the honor, the responsibility to vote for the OSGeo board each year. Yeah, so we are volunteer driven in everything we do. We don't have any staff, any paid staff. It is all just people coming together and supporting each other. In that sense, we are a non-government organization. We are a not-for-profit. So we're not seeking to make money. We are seeking to help the world as a public service. But there's a trick. We're not a charity. We are part of the people we are helping. So we get to help the public at large, but we also get to help each other to thrive and enjoy the geospatial technology. Now, we don't have to do everything ourselves. We end up creating partnerships, and we've got various friends, other organizations that are part of this journey with us. So here's an example of some of the partnerships and friends that we currently enjoy around the world. And I hope you can spot a few organizations from the FOSS4G-Asia community on the board behind me. We really rely on these partners to take on activities that we can't do on our own. Okay. We also undertake activities that are beyond the reach of a single contributor. So we do accept sponsorship. So sponsorship is used to gather funds for our initiatives and projects. And here's an example of our sponsors from 2023. We also seek to recognize people that contribute financially to any of our events worldwide. So all of the sponsors of this event here this week, or if people sponsor projects directly, they are very welcome to contact us and be added to this list. And we would really like to recognize these organizations for their financial support. We also manage to work together. So this is our current OSGeo board, and you can see that this is a diverse group of people from all over the world, from North America, from Europe, from Asia and India, and South America. So it's really a good, healthy sign that we see such a diverse group of leaders from around the world guiding this organization. Another way in which we work together is we have committees dedicated to specific topics. So there's a conference committee that helps guide the annual FOSS4G conference. One I'll talk about in a moment is the Geo4All community, which really helps guide the research and education outreach. I'm chair of the incubation committee, which helps steer open source projects. We also have a marketing and outreach community that would really love your help. There's a United Nations committee, which I believe is meeting here this week, and a standards committee. Another thing that we do is we set up initiatives. Now, initiatives are often done for a specific topic, a specific goal that we want to achieve. And an example I really like is the Geo4All initiative, which has set up a series of OSGeo labs worldwide. So here's a nice example of one of the OSGeo labs from India. Another initiative is the OSGeo Live initiative, which provides a bootable virtual machine that showcases our software and technology. So we often take on initiatives to pursue specific goals. Now, in each case, we're doing that in order to serve the public. A really fun example is we've got an initiative to found local chapters. So these are regional chapters, such as the OSGeo Korea group that's hosting our event today. These are often specific to a region, or sometimes they are cut across languages, cut across regions and are focused around a specific language, like the Spanish OSGeo chapter. These organizations are independent from OSGeo, and that is often so that they can work with the local political entities in order to advocate for free and open source software in the specific region. One thing I noticed as our distinguished guests were talking today is there was a lot of talk about using free and open source technologies, but I also wanted to see some mention of digital sovereignty, making sure that each region had the means of production and control in order to support their use and investment of free and open source software in the region. So I would love to see the distinguished guests consider investing in their local service providers, their local universities, in order to have that control, in order to have that knowledge and expertise. One of the main things that we do as an organization is that we are a software foundation. The technologies that make up our stable of OSGeo projects are part of what brings us together. OSGeo projects, we evaluate them, we accept them based on three fundamental principles. We want them to be geospatial, first and foremost. We are a mapping geospatial organization, but we also want them to be social. We want them to be free, Libri, or an open source license. And this is partly an expression of our values. We want to make sure that we are serving the public. All of these licenses treat the public, the people that use this technology, with respect. So we just really want to make sure that the licenses of these projects make the technology available to everybody. The third pillar is that we want these projects to be fair. We want these projects to be open to participation from any member of the public, from different service providers worldwide. We want to make sure that a project isn't controlled by a single company or a single university. We want to be very cautious about vendor lock-in. It is much more healthy if a project is managed by a wide range of organizations. It's really healthy if it's managed by a mix of public and private investment, for example. Now, that is a very high bar to meet. That's really only suitable to very established projects. We also have an OSGeo community project initiative, which is more about supporting smaller and innovative projects that are not yet established. And finally, we do have our website, and projects of any variety can be listed there because we do want to share technology with everybody. And then I want to talk about service providers. This is a good chance to thank my employer, GeoCat. But service providers are vitally important to the success of our mission. Now, our foundation is primarily set up around individuals, and it can be a little bit tricky that we don't have a good seat at the table for service providers. The individual employees of the service providers can be represented in our organization, but the service providers here represent our employers, and they often, represent where the impetus for the development and creation of our technology comes from. So it's important that OSGeo offer a vendor-neutral space so that all of the service providers can collaborate together on the technology, even when they compete in the market. So it's that fundamental creating a public space for these vendors to collaborate that is important, and then they can compete for your service dollars in the market. Okay. And another really great initiative we have is the one that brings us here today that Venka introduced earlier, which is the FOSS4G conferences. Now, the global conferences are celebrated worldwide, and they alternate between North America and Europe and other parts of the world. And Yeah, it's one of our greatest tools, one of our greatest ways to serve the public. So this represents creating a space for everybody to meet and talk and discuss and share their success with technology. So this is one of our best tools for outreach and serving the public. So thank you. I'm sorry I didn't have my speaker notes. I'm very, very quick today.
Thank you. Thank you very much for describing the OSGeo in detail. Yes, that play roles in the public sector. Thank you very much once again. Public 공간에
He just explained that OSGeo is doing many roles in the public sector. Thank you very much for your presentation. It is kind of chilly here, but thanks to your participation, we were able to conclude this opening session. Thank you very much to the online participants on YouTube. As I mentioned before, FOSS4G-Asia 2023 Seoul will continue until December 2nd, and we have many programs prepared. So please pay attention to our programs. I hope you share many experiences and knowledges through this event and also experience the beautiful city of Seoul. And from 2 p.m., we're going to have the conference. So don't miss the conference. And this is the opening ceremony. Thank you very much.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 31st Urban Spatial Information Forum, also co-hosted with the 6th Joint Conference of Geospatial Information Professional Engineers.
진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 저는 이번 행사 진행
My name is
서울시 공간정보 담당관 유병민 사무관입니다.
Yu Byung-min, who is hosting this event.
먼저 이번 행사에
First of all,
관심을 가지고 바쁘신 와중에
thank you for attending this conference despite your busy schedules from all over the world, including Korea.
환영의 말씀을 전합니다. 이번 행사는 온라인으로도 함께
This conference is also being live streamed online. I would like to thank the participants online and welcome them to the conference.
이번 행사는 도시공간정보의 공공성과 신기술, 서울이 열어가는
This conference is being held
미래라는 주제로
with the theme of the public
지역공간정보
nature of spatial information and new technologies, and is co-hosted by the Korea Society for Survey and Geodata Technology and the Korean Professional Cadastral Engineers Association. Please stick with us until the end and have fruitful time. And let us begin the 31st Urban Spatial Information Forum and the 6th Joint Conference of Geospatial Information Professional Engineers. For the interest of time, we would like to skip the national bow. First of all, let us welcome Professor Seo Dong-ju of Seoul University. Please welcome him onto the stage with a big round of applause. Thank you very much. My name is Seo Dong-ju, who was just introduced by the host today. First of all, today's event is being held along with the FOSS4G-Asia 2023, and I would like to thank all the participants from all over the world. My special appreciation goes to Professor Maria Brovelli, who's also doing the keynote speech today. How the new technologies will impact the geospatial information is getting high interest. Today's event is also being co-hosted with the Korea Society for Survey and Geodata Technology and Korean Professional Cadastral Engineers Association. It is the 31st forum as well as the 6th joint conference of information professional engineers. I would like to thank Sang Tae-bae, President of the Korea Society for Survey and Geodata Technology, and Mr. Lee Yo-sang, President of the Korean Professional Cadastral Engineers Association. I hope to see the impact of this conference on the geospatial area. The theme of this conference is public nature and new technologies. We are going to think about the alternatives to the new technologies and also citizens' participation. How is it going to impact the geodata and also geodata and as a business information will be discussed in this conference. The openness and public nature that is pursued by FOSS4G should be discussed in this forum. Also, open drone map, measurement, and LiDAR and new technologies will be discussed. And what's special about today Today, we are going to have announce the winner of the SMAP challenge. As a student, he please give a lot of interest and support to the students who are interested in geodata and the utilization of them. I hope today's forum can be a venue to present ideas how the geodata can impact the information. Please pay attention and stick with us until the end and give your support to the conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the welcome address, Chairman. Next, we are going to invite Seo-mi-yeon from the Geospatial Information Division of Seoul Metropolitan Government for the welcoming speech. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. My name is Mi-yeon Seo from the Geospatial Information Division of Seoul Metropolitan Government. It got very chilly today all of a sudden, so I am feeling sorry for all the participants from warm countries. Thank you for attending the 31st Urban Spatial Information Forum despite this cold weather. And I would also like to thank Mr. Sang Tae-bae, President of the Korea Society for Survey and Geodata Technology, and Mr. Hyo Sang-ri, President of the Korean Professional Cadastral Engineer Association. And also, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks and welcome to Professor Maria Bruvelli for traveling from Milan, Italy for the FOSS4G-Asia 2023 Seoul event and the Seoul Urban Spatial Information Forum. The 31st Urban Spatial Information Forum is being held today as part of the FOSS4G-Asia 2023 Seoul, and at the same time is being co-hosted with the 6th Joint Conference of Geospatial Information Professional Engineers, becoming an international event with a very high level of interest and guests from many countries interested in spatial information. Under the theme of openness and new technologies in urban spatial information, the forum prepared various presentations on government policies, major cases, and related new technologies. In the government policy sector, we are going to introduce urban air mobility, one of Korea's new growth strategies, and how open geospatial information software is being utilized in Seoul. And we're going to present various application cases using these new technologies. Spatial information is the core infrastructure needed to make cities smarter and for people to live safely and conveniently. By opening up its accumulated spatial information and making it available to everyone, Seoul will continue to fulfill its role and responsibility to help the private sector innovate and make cities smarter. In this regard, the 31st Urban Spatial Information Forum and the 6th Joint Conference of Geospatial Information Professional Engineers, I hope they serve as a meaningful venue for discussion and sharing of new technologies and the development of geospatial information industry. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for joining us at the 31st Urban Spatial Information Forum, and I hope that today will be an opportunity for all of you to share your knowledge and experience and build new partnerships. Thank you. Thank you, Mi-yeon Seo, for your great welcome speech. Moving on, We would like to hear a congratulatory speech from Mr. Sang Tae-bae from the Korea Society for Survey and Geodata Technology. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I am President Bae Sang-tae of Korean Society for Survey and Geodata Technology. Welcome to the 31st Urban Spatial Information Forum and 6th Joint Conference of Professional Engineers on Geospatial Information, and congratulations for the successful opening. And thank you, Seo Dong-jo, the head of the operating committee, and Seo Mi-yeon from Seoul Metropolitan Government, who made this event possible. And thank you, Professor Maria Brovelli, who came all the way to Korea for keynote speech. And my special thanks goes to all distinguished guests who are here with us despite their busy schedule. This forum and conference are being held as a part of FOSS4G-Asia 2023 Seoul and is held in Seoul, which makes it all the more meaningful. The world's best and largest conference on geospatial information, open source, is the FOSS4G, and here we are delighted to share the Seoul's open source policy and key achievements and Korea's geospatial technologies. At this meaningful event, I am honored to host forum and conference. Geospatial industry is moving beyond the simple concept of mapping and survey, but now is rising as the key industries of the fourth industrial revolution based on data sharing, artificial intelligence, and digital twins. And open source can infinitely connect different developers, users, and managers to the network. And as a key technology, the importance of open source geospatial information is rising. And FOSS4G-Asia is held with the aim of creating the ecosystem for open source geodata for Asia. So recently, geospatial industry is seeing the rise of digital twins and is rapidly changing into the system based on platforms. Amidst this paradigm shift, the accuracy and latest information is becoming all the more important, and scalability and flexibility of open source platform are getting attention further. And such technological changes and requirements will drive the convergence of geospatial data and open source, and they will create synergy effect and help develop technologies. And I hope the forum and conference today will be the venue for sharing all those open source technologies and geospatial information. And Survey and Geodata Technology Society is a group of engineers and technicians who have expertise in this arena and are making their utmost efforts to develop technology in geodata and industry. And also, we're providing trainings, dispersing new technologies, and help improve institutions. Also, Korean Society for Cadastre Technology is a group of engineers in the cadastral technology. So these two organizations are co-hosting this joint conference, and it is the best technological and technical event ever. I hope for future success and health of all of you here. Thank you. Thank you, President Bae Sang-tae. And to prepare for the keynote speech, we will arrange and organize the stage. Please wait a sec.
예, 도시공간정
This Urban Geospatial Information Forum is to address many issues faced by Seoul by using geodata, and we encourage companies, industries, and academics to cooperate all together, and especially this is co-hosted by the Korean Society for Geodata Technicians, so it's all the more meaningful. And I will, and we will all spare no effort to create a happier society and city. And under the theme of GeoAI for Good, now Maria Brovelli from Italy is here with us. So she is the professor at Polytechnique di Milano. Please welcome her to the stage.
이탈리아에서도
Please give a big round of applause so that Italian audience can also hear you.
Okay, I think that we will take this one. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm very happy because this is my third time in Seoul, and I have to say that it's always a pleasure to be here in Seoul. I appreciate a lot the culture, the cuisine, and also all your expertise. So, very happy to be here, and today I want to reason with you because you will see that I'm also asking to discuss then, to start thinking about what we are doing in the Geo-AI domain, and specifically, as you see in my title, I put for good. So for something that is good for humanity. So this is what we need to have in mind. We have something for measuring these that are the Sustainable Development Goals. So have in mind that every time we are thinking about the GeoAI, we want to do that for the good of everyone. Okay, but why I believe that this is so important, and I believe that AI is not simply one more technology with respect to the many technologies that we have. So if we look at the definition in Wikipedia about artificial intelligence, we see that it is the intelligence of machines as opposed to the intelligence of humans. Is it true? I don't think that it is more true, this definition. I think that there is already an hybridization between machine and humans. So we are no more, or we are leaving our status of Homo sapiens sapiens, and we are going toward a mutation. So we are becoming cyborg. This is not a new concept. It's something that was already presented many years ago by some people, like, for instance, Donna Haraway, who is a feminist philosopher. And she put for the first time this idea with the Cyborg Manifesto that we are changing. We as human, we are changing. We are evolving towards something new, which is this hybridization between animals, humans, and machines. So have in mind also this concept. And now let us start with something very practical, some statistics. Which are the major players with respect to AI in general? So this is not geo, is in general AI. So you see US, China, Europe, a bit of India, and then the other country. There is also South Korea appearing, you see there. And if we look more in more details, we can see that these are the players in the AI landscape by country. And what is very clear is that this is not following the largest economies with respect to GDP. So it means that there are some countries that are betting more in AI, that are more innovative with respect to that. So I'm not speaking if it is good or bad, I'm simply showing you what is the situation. Like you see, Italy is not so keen to AI, even if it is one of the largest economy. The other point, which is very relevant with respect to AI, is in terms of the different typologies of players. You see that the ones paying more attention to AI are companies, followed by research and research institute and university, and just a very small slice, the government institution. So it means that really now who is betting on AI is more companies. But this is another interesting statistic. So if you ask people of different countries if the products and services which use AI have more benefits than drawbacks, those are the answers. So you see that China, 78% positive, Saudi Arabia as well, but Saudi Arabia is small, India, 71%. And if we consider China and India together, they are 1/3 of the population in the world. So it means that there is a positive attitude with respect to AI, despite the fact that there are challenges. Okay, so AI is becoming so important that recently the General Secretary of United Nations decided to appoint some people for working in this high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence. And this is happening now. If you see, November 2023, there are the initial consultations with respect to that. So it means that it is really something that is seen as not one new technology, but something which can become disruptive with respect to what we are doing. So something that will change completely our way of living. So we have to pay a lot of attention on that. And why we are interested also as people working on geospatial applications, you can see this last statistic that I want to present to you. And if you see here, you see geospatial appearing. One of the first time in which geospatial appears in general statistics. But what is the reason? The main reason is due to the fact that geo-AI is used for the twin Earth, digital twin Earth, which is also used for the metaverse. So the people working on the geospatial domain are becoming really important because geospatial is a sort of glue connecting all the other events happening on the surface of the Earth. And when we speak about geo, I want to propose to you to consider that the GEO is the acronym of geomatics and Earth observation. Because if we consider geomatics and Earth observation, we encompass all the disciplines that are related to the geospatial domain. So I propose you to use this as acronym. Okay, so we are the expert in the geospatial domain, independently of the fact that the observations are taken from the sky, the ground, the water, below the surface, and so on and so on. So we are the ones, the surveyors, the people working on remote sensing, the people working in GIS, that can bring some sense, some meaning to all the events and everything which is happening around us. But which are the main points? So the fundamental of the machine learning is that a pattern exists. We cannot determine this pattern mathematically, because if we can do that, we don't need machine learning. The other point is that we want to learn from data, and therefore we need to have data, because if we don't have data, we can't learn. Okay, so data, and specifically geodata, are becoming even more important than in the past, because this is something that we must use for feeding the machines. This is so important, the data are so important that you see that starting from 2017, it was when the ISO defined the areas of interest with respect to AI. Data are exactly one of these areas of interest. But I can give you a more practical example, and the more practical example is this example that was presented by the former director of autopilot vision at Tesla. So he compared what is doing a PhD student when he's doing his research for the PhD. And you see that in blue, there is the time spent for the model. In red, there is the time spent for the data. So collecting data, cleaning the data, and so on. So this is what happens generally when you do some research. But in the practical work, so at the Tesla labs, as you see, this is completely different. So most of time is spent for data, and just one-fourth of the time is spent for the model. So data are really important. But how much data, or geodata in our case, we need? So it depends on the complexity of the problem. It depends on the complexity of the learning algorithm. And obviously, the first consideration is that the more data we have, the better it is. But pay attention, these data have to be good, because if the data are bad, we are not training well our model. So it means that we needed to have good data. And so I want to propose you a gastronomic comparison, because for me as Italian, food is very important. So what we can say is that if the choice of the ingredients is, let us say, random, is not so clever, as you see, putting together different typologies of food, in the end, the result is not good, independently of the fact that you have a starred chef or a beginner chef, and independently of the equipment that you are using. So we need to have data, and we need to have good data. This is my first message. The other point is, besides the goodness of the data, we need to have data distributed almost everywhere and representing the different parts of the world, the different events, the different things happening around us. what is the point? The point is that we are facing global problems. So global problems like the climate change or the reduction of biodiversity. Those are general global problems, but if we want to model them, we need to have not only global data, but also local data. And this is a challenge for sure, but because what happens is that obviously we have much more data in the developed countries than in the developing countries. And so what we need to do is to homogenize more, to distribute more the data that we need for training the machine. Because if not, our model will be biased and we will obtain something that is fake in the end. So this is for sure a challenge, because there are some regions of the world where we have very few data, but this can be also an opportunity. It means that we need to work all together. We need to introduce AI literacy to the partners of the other countries, specifically the developing countries. In the end, we need to have in mind that we must go away all together. We must not to leave no one behind us. And so this is really also an opportunity. The next point that I want to touch with you, because I want to reason with you with respect to this, is with respect to the data that we have. If we consider, this is not a recent statistic, you see 2015, but the situation is almost the same. If we consider in general data, we can say that only 14% of the data are business critical data. 44% of data are dark data, so we don't know, we know almost nothing. We store this data, but we know almost nothing about this data. We don't know if they have value or not. And then we have 32% of the data that are redundant, obsolete, and trivial. So what is called rot data. And if we want to see some details here, you see with respect to some countries, this is more or less the situation. So it means that we are storing a lot of data that are simply useless. We don't use them. And why we are doing that? Because there are three myths that we have in mind. The first one is that more data, more value, but it is not true. It depends on the quality of the data. The second point is the storage is free. It is not true. It costs a lot. It costs a lot in terms of energy, of storing big mass of data which are not used. And this is not sustainable from the ecological point of view. The other point is that all data is equal. It's not true. It depends on the quality of the data. So we need to keep in mind this point. And I just show you this example. I want to mention just one. So 3 million emails sent in 1 second. So much more while I was speaking now. And 67% of them is spam. So how many mails you have in your computer that are useless? Think about that. How many mails you have? Why you don't clean your computer in such a way to reduce the waste of energy? Because all of us, we are behaving exactly in the same way, but in the end, the more energy we are consuming, the more we are exacerbating the problem of the climate change. But none of us is thinking about that. So really, with respect to the data, we need to think that now is the time to start thinking about an ecology of data and geodata because it costs energy. Okay, obviously, when we spoke about data, there are some good examples, like, for instance, specifically when I said before that we needed to have data spread almost everywhere. And we have some good example. I believe that in our field, the best example is OpenStreetMap, because OpenStreetMap is the largest database which is free, which is contributed by citizens, and that can be used by everyone. So it is really something that we have to consider as good example to follow. About data, the last consideration that I want to share with you is the fact that, sorry, I have to drink a bit. Sorry for that. Okay, the last consideration that I want to share with you is the fact that it's not only me thinking about the importance of data. There are also some important gurus in the world of AI that started thinking about that. So in the past, the vision was more a model-centric vision, but now we are going toward considering that instead of dealing with the model-centric vision of AI, we need to consider a data-centric vision of AI. It means that in case of model-centric, we have to keep the data the same, improve the code of the model. And this was the most of the papers and researches in the past, but now the new vision is consider the data-centric, so systematically improving the data sets to increase the accuracy of the machine learning applications. Okay, the last consideration that I want to share with you is something new, which is represented by this diagram. I want to show you what was the time needed for ChatGPT to pass from 1 million users to 100 million users. It was a few days. And if we compare it with other social media, you see how impressive is the spread of ChatGPT. But what is ChatGPT? ChatGPT is a large language model. So it's something that is trained on text, on many, many data. But now there is something new emerging beside the large language model, like, for instance, the foundation models. So with the foundation models, we are going larger with respect to the large language model, because we don't refer only to text, but we can deal also with other elements like images, like audio, video, and so on. And there is something more, which is the generative artificial intelligence. So meaning that starting from this model, the machine can generate something which is new. And this is very disruptive. You see, if we want to have an idea about what's happening, you see in this graph the emerging of these foundation models in the last period. Starting from January 2022, you see how many of these large language models were proposed. So something really disruptive. These are general, but in our case, when we think about the geospatial, what we have is that some location pieces of information are contained in text, are contained in the metadata. Then in our case, it's something more, because we have vector data, we have raster data, but also with respect to that, these models are improving. Like now with the ChatGPT code interpreter plugin, we can do much more, and we can start solving problems that are also geospatial problems with a lot of new functionalities available. I want just to propose two examples. The first example is queryable foundation model the Queryable Earth proposed by Microsoft, AI for Good, together with the Planet. And there is a prototype, which is the Queryable California, but they are building something that will be ready in the next spring, which will be called the Queryable Earth, a foundation model for geospatial information. The second example is the example of NASA together with IBM Research. And also in this case, they are proposing this foundation model based on the harmonized Landsat and Sentinel data. And already there is a demo available online if you are interested. Okay, obviously there are some bias with respect to that because because if we use bad data or if we use only data of overrepresented communities of region, also considering the complexity of these models, we are not reducing the bad result we can obtain. So we have to be conscious that, again, the data are fundamental for training these foundation models. So we need to pay attention on that. And obviously, we have to consider that there are some differences with respect to the large language model because we are dealing with space, we are dealing with time, and so there is a lot to do also for us. It means that we need to do research in this field in order to create these geospatial foundation models. Last point, you know this initiative was already presented this morning, AI for Good. There will be the summit next year in Geneva at the end of May. And we are also collaborating as a geospatial community to this initiative, specifically in the frame of education. And with respect to that, if you are interested, there are 4 working groups where we are reasoning of different levels. So GeoAI syllabus for developers, for appliers of GIS or geospatial application, and for decision makers, and for building the body of knowledge with respect to that. If you are an educator or if you are interested in this initiative, please contact us because now we are building this working group, and so your help can be very important. And this is the end of my presentation. I want to thank all of you for your attention and also the organizers for inviting me here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Maria Brivelli, for your great presentation. Please give a big round of applause to her once again. Next, we're going to move on to the presentation session. The topic of the next presentation is New Growth Strategy 4.0 in Urban Air Transportation. Eugene Park from Ministry of Strategy and Finance will conduct the next session. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jun Park from the New Growth Strategy Planning Division of the Ministry of Strategy and Finance. Today's topic is the status of the urban air mobility policy in the New Growth Strategy 4.0. Let's take a look at the promotional video we made and we'll get started.
혹시 영상을 통해
Were you able to see the topic of today's presentation from the video? A prolonged and unprecedented pandemic has frozen the global economy, including our own. A policy to revitalize the economy was created last winter, and we have been actively promoting it since the beginning of this year under the name of the New Growth Strategy 4.0. And the question we frequently ask during our promotion was that why 4.0? So I'd like to tell you the reason why we named that. We defined the agricultural development growth in the 60s as 1.0, manufacturing-oriented growth in the 70s as 2.0, and IT-based growth in 2000 as 3.0. Now we're going to take a big step forward, aiming to become a 50,000 USD per capita for one first country, and that's why we are going to focus on this new growth 4.0 strategy with 15 projects. You must be very familiar with drones. What was initially used for military purposes has become a toy, a camera, and now, thanks to improvements in motor and battery technology, a new mode of transportation that can even carry people. How many years ago were we imagining this? Let's look at this picture. This flying car was featured in an American technology magazine in 1957. Apparently, the US was still very much on the road back then. A flying car featured in a Chinese magazine just 4 years ago. 4 years later, and they are strikingly the same. And this is this flying car in a tech magazine introduced again in 2016. The look is much more modern, but the goal isn't too much different. So today, there are more than 300 companies around the world who are working to develop new types of flying cars. And also, they are working hard to develop new types of VTOLs. And there are many different types of aircraft, but there are about 3 types. And I've organized them in the order of technological progress. Multi-copter type demonstrated in Singapore and in Incheon Airport in 2019. It's relatively easy to operate, but high battery consumption is a downside. And secondly, you can see the type used by Google Wing and Pablo Airlines and others. It's a lift and cruise type. It's relatively simple in structure, but it's high in operational cost. And the third type is the type that was demonstrated in Gohung a few days ago, a vector thrust method that requires the highest technical skills. Anything that goes up has to come down, and the UAMs need a place to go up and down. And we call it a vertiport, which means a vertical takeoff and landing airport. And in overseas, they're starting to use the term verti-drop. And we have a kind of an excitement and a cynicism at the same time about the future of public transportation. And we can call KTX one of the recent mode of transportation. Until its opening in March 2004, people said that Semaul train was sufficient enough. People were cynical about the introduction of KTX because no one would pay that much money to travel to Busan. It's understandable because 20 years ago, one-way ticket between Busan and Seoul cost about 40,000 won. But as those who have used it know, there are very few tickets available during rush hour starting on Friday afternoon. And the news is that KTX has just surpassed 1 billion passengers. And Korean people have become accustomed to its speed and reliability. And for these new modes of transportation to become a part of our lives, convenience and reliability is a must. And initially, KTX ridership was low because there weren't many trips, and there was still a perception that high-speed travel was unsafe. In addition, a new mode of transportation that doesn't run at night and can't be ridden in bad weather may not be easy to establish as public transportation. In 1903, in Kitty Hawk, USA, the Wright brothers made the first human-powered flight. And no one asked them if they were doing it for the purpose of mass transportation. And since the first powered flight a little over a minute ago, airplanes have come a long way thanks in no small part to the leaps in aviation technology that occurred between the world wars, as well as the use of radio waves to support air traffic control. Navigation facilities using existing ground facilities are now able to provide more precise information through spatial information using satellite information, and conditions have been created to provide precision guidance to airports that were previously difficult to access. And you might be wondering what the big deal it is. But the simple explanation is that there's a level of bad weather at an airport where an airplane can land. And if you can get precision guidance, you can land even if you can't see a thing in front of you. But if you can't, you might have to divert to another airport. Not only in aviation, but also in our real lives, we use spatial data from satellites to great effect. And I wonder if there's anyone who's been driving since the late 90s. Have you ever driven to a relative's wedding or a store in the countryside? I'm sure you probably have driven like this. When you arrive, you had to ask for the directions. And it was a time when the elders in the family who knew their way around were treated almost like Columbus and was considered correct to go where they told you to go. And I believe that most of you have these maps in their backseat pocket. I used to look at them every chance I got to brush up on my geography. And this is where the newest weapon in the weapon comes in. It's a car navigation. And at the time, there used to be people, and I used to be one of those people who would compare the roads I knew with the navigation system. And if I was occasionally directed in a different direction than I intended, I would just take the one I knew. And in 1997, I was first introduced to the word of navigation. It was a coming product back then. It didn't have the fancy guidance that we have now, but rather a map. That didn't change much when it was actually powered up. It was literally just a very simple map with a road on a plain map. I didn't even have the ability to guide me to my destination, so I could just see the trajectory of the road I was traveling. And in the cloudy days, the GPS signal wasn't very good. The reason I bring this up is to emphasize that if urban air traffic is going to be used in everyday life, it needs to be easy to navigate. So, which map is easier to look at? Both maps are being used on the field now. On the left, I'm also a flight controller and a pilot. And this is a map that's used very frequently by pilots. So they use coordinates for the waypoints. For example, if we use this map, if you go to the Seoul City Hall, you have to know 37 degrees north latitude, minutes, seconds, and near here, you have to ask, where's the Seoul metropolitan city? And on the right is the map address system, which has been improved to make the coordinates more understandable to the average citizens even. You can just type into Seoul City Hall into the navigation system and go there. In the commercialization stage of urban air traffic, which will become a new means of transportation, it's necessary to confirm compatibility with the object address system established through the address-based drone delivery service business. In addition, communication between the aircraft and the ground will be required for traffic management functions. The communication systems used in existing aircraft are large, heavy, and electricity consuming, so they're not suitable for UAMs, which will become the mainstream of the electric power. So we're testing LTE, 5G, and more, all using cell phone level power, with 5G being the most likely scenario. Then If we say we established everything from the landing to the vertiport, and if we have the drone taxi ready, if you say if you want to ride on the drone taxi, you'll be like looking around to each other. Then what we need to do is to increase the acceptance by the public to go to these places. So assuming that we have this fire, and then there's a large drone spraying the firefighting material, and then when we are putting the fire, then the public will accept the drones and will not say this is scary. And I assume that today's presentation is being broadcasted on YouTube. And this aircraft can be used for tourism and leisure. So it can be used first for the purpose of tourism. And UAM, the small ball that was launched by Uber in 2019, is now scheduled to carry visitors to the Paris Olympics in 2024, LA and Florida in the United States, and the Osaka Expo in 2025. And it is already being demonstrated in various countries around the world, like in Singapore. And from 2020, Korea has been building public acceptance through public demonstrations at Han River Gimpo Incheon Airport. I still get a thrill when I think about the moment when Korea's first UAM took off from the water stage in Yeouido, Seoul in 2022. And there were 2 letters that were written to me. And she said, I want to commute to Gimpo Airport with UAM when it's commercialized to the Yeouido. And there was another letter from a breadwinner in the 40s, and he said that I want to see the Seoul sky from the Namsan Tower with his family on a UAM. In order to revitalize these expectations, we aim to start commercialization in 2025 so that Korea does not lag behind any other city in the world. And to this end, the KUAM Grand Challenge, a national test that preliminarily checks the airframe vertiport and communication fields, is being held at the Guhung National Flight Test Center in Cheonnam area. The challengers who pass the open-air test will begin test flights around Seoul in the second half of next year, and by 2025 you could see UAM services taking off and landing in your neighborhood. Because Guhung, Cheonnam, is very far away from here, so I took a video. This is a OPAV aircraft. It can be either manned or unmanned. What was very unique about this is the sound. You can hear it. It is actual noise that the aircraft is making. So the ordinary citizens are commenting that it is very quiet. So it is a very unique scenery. A helicopter and the UAM is flying to test the stability of them flying. And they are made with Korean technology only. And spatial information, the 4 pillars: aircraft traffic management system, authentication, and geospatial addressing system work perfectly. Urban air traffic will become part of our daily lives. Open the urban sky and into the urban sky together. Thank you for joining us, and open the urban sky. Thank you for listening.
네, 좋은 발표해 주신
Thank you for your insightful presentation, Deputy Director Park Yoo-jun. And next, we will listen to Manager Lee Yong-ik of Geospatial Information Division of Seoul Metropolitan Government on the theme of new innovative way of communicating with citizens based on open source software, Smart Seoul Map. Please give him a big round of applause.
반갑습니다.
Good afternoon. I'm Lee Yong-ik, and today my presentation is about Smart Soul Map, a new innovative way of communicating with citizens based on open source software. Now, in 2017, I gave a presentation on Smart Soul Map, and then it has been 6 years, and over the course of time, Smart Soul Map has developed significantly by using open source software, and we have opened a new channel. And COVID-19 pandemic, during the pandemic, we were able to share this information on COVID-19 as rapidly as possible. So Seoul City Map settled down as a platform to share information with citizens, and let me introduce Smart Seoul Map. Then why do many people want to use map? We always ask fundamental questions. And when we look at the history, the old admonitions on governing the people says that the first thing the governor needs to do is to draw a map. For example, like where did a person die from a rainfall, and where is the bridge that's disconnected, and where is the tree broke down. So all of these locations were mapped from the history. And this is the map you all know. This is the first epidemiological survey in 1854. This map was created by John Snow, and he used the power of map to identify the cause of cholera, and this shows the power of map. And during the internet era, there were two important events. One is the emergence of Google Map. And this is the first time where map service was expanded to the area of general web developers, not just experts. And second is the emergence or launch of iPhone, which is equipped with GPS. So now all people use smartphones and maps on the smartphone. And this is the agenda item for my presentation. So Seoul citizens map infrastructure is the Seoul City Map, and it can make work more efficient and also enables easy communication with citizens. So this map is easily understandable, readable, and accessible by both citizens and government officials. And citizens can check the administrative information without making additional payment. And so, like Smart City Map is free, fast, right, easy, and it can share administrative information with everyone. And there are many IT devices, but this Smart Soul Map keeps the basics. And let's look at the history. So there, at first, we tried to create a map based on administrative data and information, and next we created a web map service, and then later on we visualized many maps, and now this Smart Soul Map is has settled down as a map portal for everyone. And this is the service architecture. So you will be able to see who are using this service and the platform. So there is the three-tier architecture, and when you look at the system architecture in detail, there are 5 layers. other than the WebView software, all other softwares are open source software. So we have transitioned towards open source software. And there are many strengths of open source software, but the transition process needed to be visualized so that decision makers could better understand what this open source software is about. So this is what we created, the visualization service. And then what I'm going to mainly talk about is the urban life map and map exhibition hall. So the urban life map is the feature map. So it's about point, line, and plane. So you'll be able to see the bike path and nursery. And there are 4 ways of registering map. And so government, like civil servant who is a non-technical expert, can create his or her own service. And also, buffer map and other visualization services can be used. And image map. So for the past century, Seoul has developed significantly, so we have many different versions of map, especially during the Japanese colonial rule. The maps were created in paper, but we wanted to create a time map including georeference. And we also provide more differentiated services such as map info platform, and this interactive population and policy map shows the population distribution by age. And here you can check the location of nursery, daycare center, and kids coffee shop. And then let me talk about how this is created and how we are infusing Seoul in Smart Seoul Map. So the civil servants can use Excel file on their personal computer and also utilize spatial data file and register data based on field survey. So many different divisions can register different types of data. So then, if we're gonna create schema at every level, it will be too costly and time consuming. That's why we designed a single schema. So the name, photo, contact, and website are common features. And then the title and content can be uploaded together and coordinate and polygon, polyline. So there is a set of coordinate, polygon and polyline. So you'll be able to see all of them at once. And also, as I said, we created a urban lifestyle map, so you can see many different facilities. So this is good for facility management, and this service is provided for the public. And then, just like urban lifestyle map, there is another map which invites citizens for participation. So this is called Citizen Participatory Map. So it can raise awareness of the community or share common interests and shared interests. So this is the table on the features of 2 maps, and there are no a lot difference among the 2 maps in terms of features, but it's more of the purpose, whether they are used for administrative purpose by civil servants or by the general public. And as I said, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we were able to share the location of testing centers on this map to increase vaccination, and also the medical centers and pharmacies were all marked in this map. And in about 3 days, these map on congestion in testing centers was provided to reduce citizens' inconvenience. And this is the georeferencing. Let me show you the actual map exhibition. As you can see, in this map, there is the infographic based March 1st movement preparation, and so this is based on the route of March 1st movement, and this is based on the map that was created during the Japanese colonial rule. So then, if you close that map, then you will be able to see the current map of Seoul. Let's go back to the presentation deck. So these kind of services are provided for free. And this year, we are going to take further step. So this year, we're gonna develop more services that required some budget. And let me talk about how to share this Smart Seoul map. I think you all know what OpenAI API is. OpenAPI requires a developer and budget. And we provide OpenAPI and the feature to change the coordinate and address and many other features, but these are more specialized information. So real estate information, urban planning portal, all of these specialized techniques use OpenAI, but other services that merely requires communication with or announcement to the citizens use web-linked map. This is the feature of sharing. And the biggest strength or advantage is that it doesn't require budget, and if we just know the address, website can be created in a day. And this is usable because it takes more than a year to develop a service usually, but when we use web-linked map, it can significantly reduce the time taken to develop service. And also, multi-language maps can be also created, and all of these maps will be provided through the websites of different government authorities. So the number of visitors was 925,000 in 2018, but it has increased to 2.7 million in 2022, and the number of API also increased dramatically. So next year, we are going to fine-tune these services and develop them further. So to attract 30 million visitors, we are going to provide more services such as multi-language map and OpenStreetMap. And this service will be provided to all countries, and the web browser will be automatically translated. So this open source based platform will be taken overseas. So we would like to make inroads into overseas markets too. So then I will need to explain more about map. Map is to connect a person who wants to show location and who wants to know location. And to provide a better service, we will need to create an easy map, and it should be serviced easily and managed easily. So rather than developing open AI, we would like to expand services based on web-linked map. So many departments and agencies are using our services to communicate with citizens. For about a decade, I worked for Seoul Metropolitan Government, and I came to have one concern. And as Professor Maria also said, not all data is same. So there's legal data and GIS file based on survey, but we will need more geocoding, georeferencing, and GPS, or like finger tagging. So like, are these GIS file same with the geo content in NeoGeography, and which one has more impact on citizens' life, and which date and who can upload the data more rapidly and more economically. The bike path you see is what Naver and Kakao asked us to provide for several years. And the road policy division didn't know how to create this, but one owner said he will create this bike path map, and he drew this 1,315 kilometers of bike path, and same for the safe delivery box map. So local governments or agencies will need easier and more accessible map services, and we are waiting for many ideas. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Young-ik, for your great presentation. Now, moving on. Real estate policy in the digital age, open source GIS-driven BI big data conversions will be presented by Lee Eun-young from Seoul Metropolitan Government. Please welcome her to the stage with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. My name is Eun-young Lee from Land Management Division, Seoul Metropolitan Government. You may have lost your concentration. My presentation is the last presentation of the first session of this afternoon, but please pay attention. I want to talk about the real estate policies by the Seoul Metropolitan Government. Now, let me begin my presentation. The topic I'm going to talk about today is real estate policy in the digital age, open source, GIS-driven BI big data conversions. The agenda of my presentation goes like this. First, the background and necessity for doing the project like this, and technologies we use for this project from 3 dimensions. And thirdly, I would like to talk about the core of the projects and also the key accomplishments and future policies. First of all, I would like to talk about the background of the project. Are you interested in real estate? Many of the participants here said yes. Before I was in charge of this trend analysis of real estate, I was not very interested in real estate. But if you see the graph here, we are seeing the real price of the apartments that was transacted in Seoul. And the price is going up. And it's gradually going up. And then, unfortunately, during the pandemic period from 2019 to 2021, and it increased very rapidly, a whopping 88%. And the timing was from April 2020, where Oh Se-hoon was elected as the mayor of Seoul. And these are some of the news. Apgujeong's 8 billion new high price is a precursor. Seoul's stagnant real estate market reignites. Oh Se-hoon effect, apartment buying sentiment in Seoul is increasing. And recently, we have a big news about this Korean Jeonse systems scams. And we see the gap investment and the increasing ballooning effect. And amidst this real estate market, we didn't have any system to react to this real estate market changes. Of course, we do have very good private applications related to real estate. And in the Seoul City government, in the central government, they had their real estate system application, but we didn't have the application specifically needed for the Seoul City government, but that we needed to analyze the data for a specific period of time. So we were thinking of analyzing the current status and what we can do. We didn't have any system to analyze the real estate trend. And the Seoul City government lacked the role in responding to real estate market. And for so long, we have downloaded the Excel spreadsheet manually, so we needed to change that. And the data we used previously was the national data. It was very limited. So we wanted to use GIA-centered digital transformation to make a Seoul-style real estate market response application. Through this system, we wanted to see the trend very intuitively and to monitor the real estate market transactions in a proactive manner and to use the database. And that was the background for implementing the project from the Seoul City government. And that was the goal that we established. I'm going to talk about business intelligence, big data from now on. And this is the system that was used for that. We established data mart and database and also established a system for analysis of the data and also converged the database of the relevant organizations, and we visualize everything in the open source GIS so we can convey them intuitively, and that was the goal of the project. By using the open source based data, we wanted to establish the support system where we can support everything related to real estate market in Seoul. And we established the real estate data and spatial data. So SDW, National Statistics Portal, and we collected all the data we needed. The real pricing data was a basic one, and population, housing, and the sentiment, and all the information was collected. What's innovative in here is that the spatial data platform and GIS real estate model were integrated. And what we need to concentrate on in here is that through integrating BI, we want to show the real estate information on GIS. We would like to integrate directly to GIS and to make available the data very intuitively real time. And we establish a dashboard for that. And making use of this technology, I want to talk about the three applications. First of all, we did the trend analysis that are very specific to Seoul metropolitan government, and we've established monitoring of the real estate transactions. And the third part is the real estate policy support. First, we use dialogue statistics. We have a lot of statistics, but the data we need to be established in BI, and that should be integrated to the GIS by the district for a specific period of time, so we can see the trend in that time period, and also the speculative area and overly hyped area are specified, and if there's any transactions in that area, we can see the price changes and also the status of the buildings and the area, the land. And thirdly, we've been reporting manually, and now we can report using the system automatically in a day. So we can do a monthly report, the apartment weekly report. And nextly, the second part of the system was the real estate transaction monitoring analysis. We see the monitoring, we monitored by the threshold. First of all, we see the status of real transactions of real estate on a map directly. And secondly, now we support the monitoring of the abnormal transactions. If we can compare the two transactions on the same map, if this transaction goes over the threshold, then it is sent out as an email to the person in charge, so that can be monitored. And as you can see on the map, the list is displayed, and if you click on the list, then you can see that right on the map. And if you click on the district you want to see, then you can see how many price increase was there and how many price decreases were there. And you can see the specific list if you click on that pie chart. And thirdly, we have established the dashboard for real estate trend analysis. And let's take a look at the screen of the system. This is the dashboard that we established. By Gu district, you can see the price fluctuations of sales, renting in a single view. And you can see the highest price and the lowest price that was reported yesterday. And you can see the public sentiment on the real estate. And on the right bottom, you can see how many cases were the price increases compared to the previous day. And you can click that to see the list of apartments that was increased in terms of price. And if you click on Gu district, you can see a sub district called Dong and see the status by Dong. And the dashboard that we established is being provided to the citizens through our platform and also to the digital mayor room. And from January next year, we're going to provide to the employees as an internal system. And we also land transaction permission area. And this is a hot topic, but this is not systematically managed. So we don't know whether a certain district is reconstruction area or permitted area. And now we can see them in a single view. And if you see the properties, you can see the details even. As I told you before, the analysis on the permitted area and also the analysis on the area around the permitted area can be done on the system. And we need to analyze the quantitative data for this. And previously, it took a long time to analyze the data manually, but now the quantitative data can be analyzed automatically in this system. And at the bottom, if there's any abnormal transactions, then we can do detailed evaluation. And this is monitored on the PC of the person in charge. And then this is collected in the central PC and see where there are many fines. And now I would like to share the major achievement from the trend analysis system. And this is the quantitative achievement. Now, the trend analysis reporting takes 3 days previously, and now it can be immediately. And also, the trend reporting automation, the monthly one, is decreased from 10 days to 1 day. And the qualitative achievement, the biggest achievement is that now it can take a lead in the public sector, and I am very proud of it. The things that we couldn't do previously, now we can respond very effectively and also swiftly to the real estate market changes. And in Gyeonggi-do, this system will be established in 2024, and this is the expected result. The maintenance cost can be reduced, and also the operational efficiency is very much increased. And also the limitations of license can be removed by using the open source, and the precision of the data is increased as well. And this is the summary of what I've told you before. BI, big data, GIS technology were used to analyze the real estate trend. And we've established a real estate status analysis platform. And this is used to support the land permission system, the real estate real price reporting system, and also renting system. And this is the only platform that supports everything all at once. We don't stop here, and we would like to develop further to establish a DX platform to support a real estate policy. So far, I've explained why I established this real estate trend analysis platform. Although I was never interested in this real estate, we started by finding out a problem, and then we established this platform by solving this platform. And I think this is the scientific administration. Thank you for listening.
네, 발표를
Thank you, Manager Lee In-young of Seoul Metropolitan Government. Then we will take a break and then resume the next part. And during the break time, digital twin SMAP promotional video will be played. During the break, you can go to the first floor to enjoy refreshments.
잠시 후 발제를 진행할 예정이오니 자리를
We'll soon resume the presentation, so please be seated.
네, 다시 시작하겠습니다.
We'll get started. So next is about the drone-based cadastral survey and open drone map use. Im Sung-ha from Cadastral Innovation Division at Alex will give presentation. Please give him a big round of applause.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I am Im Sung-ha from Alex. Today I'd like to talk about drone image-based cadastral survey and use of open drone map. It's in line with the theme of this forum today because the theme is public nature and new technologies of urban spatial information, and the cadastral survey is for public nature, and drone is certainly a new technology. So I'd like to talk about the benefits of drone-based cadastral survey, and open drone map uses open source software. So I'd like to talk about the current status and plan of LX on using open drone map. So first, I'd like to talk about the background and key content of drone-based cadastral survey, use of open drone map, and then how to use drone image in line with metaverse. So first, background. So AI, metaverse, virtual reality, digital twin, non-contact, and mobile services. These are the recent global ICT trend, and these new technologies are applied to many fields and utilized, but we can also gain new insights by applying these new ICT trends on geodata. In that sense, let's look at how the cadastral survey has transitioned so far. Cadastral survey is for the public use and public benefit, and there were not many changes so far because it was under the legal requirement. So the public just used the outcome of 20 to 30 years ago, but now there is a rapid change in ICT trends, so we thought that the paradigm of cadastral survey should shift. So by actively utilizing new technologies and conducting tests, we are improving the survey methods and providing services to the public based on these new technologies. And to do so, the government is building laws and regulations, and the industry, academics, and researchers are cooperating together to create a platform and environment so as to provide high quality cadastral survey service to the public. But as I said before, cadastral survey, well, if you look at the cadastral map, it's just like paper turned into electrical file, and so this electrical cadastral map still has the same issues as the paper map, and it's in a simple form of point, line, and plane, so it couldn't really generate new values. And also, the traditional cadastral survey method was still used. So the front line experts all still form one team, like 3 people form one team to conduct a labor-intensive and repeated survey. So it's time and effort consuming, and to address these issues, we are using drone for cadastral survey. And let's look at the current status or like key changes. So these red lines were measured and observed by experts on the field, and then these were updated on the cadastral map. But it took so long to actually conduct an cadastral survey. That's why we adopted drones to reduce the time consumed and to provide more high-quality services to the public. And let's watch a short video clip about drone-based cadastral survey.
그래서 저희 공사는
So Alex and so we have collected the data for about 5 to 5 meter distance, and to a very small scale level, based on district level, and then we overlaid different data. So we overlaid the drone data and on top of the field data to create this cadastral map. And you will be able to see the height from this drone-based video and imagery. So we will need to know the elevation. And at the 1.5 centimeter a video, you will be able to see each pixel, so they are highly usable. And also, this survey is done within the legal framework, so the law needs to be updated for us to use drone for cadastral surveys. So, on August 25th this year, Ministry of Land Infrastructure and Transport set a new regulation on drone-based cadastral survey, and it provides the work process and inspection method using drones. So now drone-based cadastral survey can be done across the nation. And to do the cadastral survey based on drone, we will need to first get the video clip from drone, and it should be turned into an ortho photo with coordinates. So we extract the video from drone and then overlay this data on top of the existing traditional data, and we make determinations in the office and then go to the site. Then we can minimize extraction work from the field. And all of these lines extracted in the office are validated on the field, and then the survey is completed. And as you are well aware, drone video can be mapped, but there's an abundant amount of data, and if we film a drone video for 4 to 5 kilometers, then the video size would be 500 gigabytes, and it would take 1 month for processing. But if it takes too long for data processing, then it's not really usable because the field changes all the time. That's why we created a system for parallel processing of drone videos. So many computers are installed or configured in parallel in one network. So we put 50 computers in parallel. so as to process more drone videos. So then the parallel processing software is needed, and also the drone is needed to film 1.5 centimeter video. And this is how we upload 1.5 centimeter video on the parallel processing system, and this data extracted goes to the Alex Data Hub, and there is the drone video integrated platform, and we access these videos through intranet. Then now, let's look at a video clip on how to extract the building line from ortho imagery. So what you see here is the Lembigo, the survey program we use on the site or the field. And here, the drone video is overlaid, and you will see a margin of error of about 2 centimeters, and then 2 millimeters actually. And then in the ortho image, you don't know the elevation and height, so the paddy field can be confused with other objects. So that's why we usually extract this video in the field and lay them on the cyberspace. So this cadastral line is marked in yellow, and red line is the line extracted in the office from the drone video. So although we don't go to the site, we still will be able to do much of the work in the office. So this technology can minimize the work on the site. So this is the expected effect. Since 2014, Alex has used drones for cadastral survey. And at that time, the resolution of camera on the drone was not that high. So at that time, we just obtained 5 centimeter video, but this was not enough to use for cadastral survey because we couldn't identify objects easily. But recently, the drone camera has improved a lot, as well as drone stability. So now 1.5 centimeter video can be obtained from higher height. And also the location accuracy impacts the quality of the video. It was 10 centimeters before, but now it's 5 centimeters, and it took about a month to process the video before, but with the adoption of parallel processing, now it takes only 1 day, and the camera resolution was increased from 20 million to 45 million, and now 2D is changed to 3D modeling. So we were able to reduce, we aim at reducing time spent on the site by 80%. So this is our aim or target. And this new regulation was set in August, and 900 surveys were conducted by 23 local offices. So currently, the time spent on the site is reduced by 50%, and we aim at reducing the time by 80%. But there is the limitations to drone video because it's filmed from the sky, so we cannot really easily identify the dense area or where there are many complicated facilities. So there are some distortions. To address these issues, we have combined this sky plus ground survey method. So that's why we are using MMS, LiDAR, and photogrammetry to test the outcome. And let's watch a video clip. This is Jeonju Innovative City, And this is the residential area near the Spatial Research Center. So this is the original data from automation process. This is the 3D modeling. So the Pilati was distorted a lot from sky view, but from the ground view, you'll be able to see not undistorted landscape. So of course the data we need to process increases if we add ground filming from sky filming, but still we can increase accuracy dramatically. And then next is about use of open drone map. And in FOSS4G 2014, this open source was first announced, and then we used this open source software, and we've found that it's accurate and it's of high quality. And previously, these tools costed for about million won to several thousand million ones, but this open drone map can be downloaded for free. So we reviewed this open drone map to apply it to a cadastral survey, and the headquarters of Alex gets drone video for a large-scale area, but we want local offices to just operate drones. We hope the local offices can operate drones for more convenience and safety. That's why we tried and tested this open drone map. And the elevation should be 60 meters. And then we adjusted the vertical and horizontal percentages. So 70% of vertical and 60% horizontal, that led to too much distortion, so it couldn't be used as ortho image. And the middle one, there was some distortion, so we tried the 85% vertical and 85% horizontal, and then there was no distortion. But of course, it will take much more to process the data, but still, if we can use this open drone map, then local offices can acquire small videos and then apply them on the site right away. And this is the concept map. The drones that use RTK, still they need to go to 3 points of location, and so the data can be obtained from these different locations, and local offices can utilize this data right away and update them on the national map. And these 3D models are not just for cadastral survey, but metaverse cadastral survey can be also possible, and it can be used for training and also provide customer service contactless. And let's watch a video. Here, you'll be able to see visualization based on unique engine. And this is the drone 3D video, and then the cadastral map is brought about, and then users can access remotely, and then explanations can be provided to the users, and also we can train new hires based on this video. So this can be utilized as a training material. And before going to the site, the survey team can see what the field or site is like. And the roads are zoned, and we work together with LH, Land Corporation, Land and Housing Corporation, so like we can overlay these road lines on Metaverse and then use this tool as a decision making. So lastly, not just drone cadastral survey, but you can see this like decision support system and then like smart survey information. And our motto is speedy, simple, and safety. And we would like to provide this service to the entire public. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Im Sung-wan, for your great presentation. The next presentation, the topic is displacement measurement technology development for the safe management of land. Please welcome Bae Kyung-ho with a big round of applause. My name is Bae Kyung-ho from Shinhan Port Corporation. First of all, President of the society, thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. What I thought about what presentation I should do in this conference, because I think it was good to talk about geospatial information utilization. So I am going to talk about ELB and the SAR displacement measuring technology. And this is the first time that we present the progress of this technology. So I hope this new technology to become the key technology in homeland safety management. Recently, from last year, we are using the term, instead of the flood, we use the term the rainy season, and this is becoming a big problem. This water displacement in slope is the area that are most impacted by this climate change. And there are many water risks and crises. And when flood occurs, we need to monitor the slope dislocation. And this is a key word and something that we should manage. However, the sliding and the displacement monitoring method was usually focused on the point, and a drone, LiDAR, video, and the eye inspection and subjective inspection was the main. And the problem with that is that the actual information we want to get is the displacement at the land, but the bushes and snow and the land, the things on top of the land prevents us to get from getting precise data. And also the monitoring through sensors. There are many methods for that. And this displacement management, we only see. And for the displacement measuring, we need to see the prior monitoring, but we lack the monitoring in that sense. We need to see the area, not the point, for displacement. And we need to see the patterns, but these are lacking in the current monitoring system. If you look at the slopes that are managed by the Homeland Security Department, There are systems for general slope, risky slope, and type 1, 2, 3 facilities. The problem is that these areas are managed by point information, point type data, and the inspection is done visually, and also due to something that's on top of the land, we cannot actually see the land data that we need to gather. So the Ministry of Land wants to solve this problem, and they suggested they wanted to use the newest technology of radar imaging for displacement measuring. And as part of this effort, the Ministry of Land has established the second land management plan, and they are using drones to inspect and monitor the risky area. So they are actually making it as an institution to make drones to be used for the road management and to determine and monitor the sloping. We need to see the actual pure land. However, the previous methods, drones, LiDAR, these are the technologies to give us the land data. And although if we use the sensors, they are the point sensors, and they are the data after the displacement is done. So that's the problem. That's why we use L-band SAR, the latest technology for displacement measurement. So Shinhan, we are the first company in Korea to introduce L-band SAR, which is a Swiss technology. And we use two platforms to establish L-band SAR, and we're actually using them on sites. This is not done by Shinhan itself, but the monitoring and the sliding can be done along with the construction companies. So we are collaborating with Lotte Construction Company, and we are establishing this L-band SAR technology. And Lotte Construction Company is using the data on site. Then, what is L-band SAR? What sensor does it use? So I think you know this technology of SAR. In short, it's a radar technology. You can see the time of sending and returning the radar to see the distance between the objects. And we use the SAR, GPR, are two most representative technologies. And SAR uses reactive sensors, so it can be used 24/7 regardless of day and night and weather conditions. There are many types of SAR techniques, and why do you focus on L-band SAR out of many other SAR technologies? The SAR technology is used for detection and monitoring in other sectors, especially in defense. And the biggest reason and the purpose of using L-band SAR is that we want to do the monitoring of the pure land data. There are many bands in Korea, L-band, C-band, X-band, and they're being used for the mobile and cars. And the wavelength of L-band, C-band, X-band, their wavelength is very short. So what they can do is very limited. So the land monitoring cannot be done with these technologies. However, L-band SAR uses a long wavelength of 23 centimeters. So it can actually go into penetrate the deep land like snow and vegetation. So it is the best technology to monitor the actual displacement. So that's why we introduced it. And this is not a Korean developed technology, but it's a Swiss technology. And is L-band SAR the first technology in Korea? No, not actually. The L-band SAR technology was used in a satellite, and the trajectory can be used using L-band SAR, so it could have been used there, but it was challenging to use them for drones. But now we are establishing this unmanned helicopters, and we can make a stable trajectory with L-band SAR using this unmanned drone. And this video clip is unmanned helicopter that we built. And the payload is very heavy, 35 kilograms. And regular drones use batteries, but for stable the flight of the drone, we thought that we need a gasoline engine powered unmanned vehicle which can run over 3 hours. And this is the vehicle that's used in Lotte construction site. And this is monitoring the tunnel. And we have this artificial land to test this drone-based monitoring. And this unmanned vehicle is actually filming the site and landing. And now we can talk about how the data is processed. And the process for this data is similar to the regular SAR processes. We use the interferometer, and we see the displacement. And this is the filming achievements. And again, I can go into detail about these results later on the slide. And there are results based on whether there are vegetation and whether there are artificial structures. And this is the overall data to make the artificial trajectory of SAR, and the existing trajectory is the most important one. And we have a 12-meter high structure, and using the unmanned helicopter, we made the whole site. And we can see the 5 centimeter of correctness to see the displacement. And one of the important things in here, in this target area, we tested with 2 test sites. And this one is not the tunnel, but another site of Lotte construction testing site. And you can see the vegetation and snow and something that cannot be penetrated. We have divided this land into various types for the testing purposes. And if we have artificial structures on top of land and also vegetation, then you can see that interference was good. The result was good, very accurate. And in construction sites, what they really liked about it is that there are some vinyl plastic top, and then they can, if we have that plastic top, we cannot see the displacement result. But with this, we were able to monitor the displacement on these various surfaces. And we have established corner reflector and then lifted by 2 centimeter distance. And these actual values were used to see how accurate the corner reflector is. And how accurate the resolution and scanning is was determined, and how it changes and how much area you can scan can be seen here. And as you can see here, this is the most important page in here. So we did a LiDAR and SAR measurement in February and June. And if we assume that the vegetation has grown, and how much error should we remove? And we need to see the quantitative result, whether there's any error when the vegetation grows. And LiDAR could not see the vegetation. We could not penetrate the vegetation and thick surface, but SAR technology could. And the monitoring during construction is important, but the construction company say it's important. But in terms of homeland safety management, sliding and the slope risks are usually monitored after the sliding is done, and that is the limitation. And now, using SAR technology, we can check the patterns of displacement and also do the root cause analysis before the sliding happens. So this is very good in terms of maintenance, comparing the point type sensoring and data monitoring. This is very much powerful and efficient in terms of land safety management. In Korea, L-band SAR was first introduced by our company, and we are doing the field tests with construction companies and also doing project with the Ministry of Land. And the latest technologies can be used in geodata. That's why I presented this, representing the professional engineers in the sector. Please understand if my presentation wasn't perfect. Thank you very much.
네, 좋은 발표를 해주신
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Bae Kyung-ho. And next, under the theme of survey accurate reality capture using photogrammetry and LiDAR on consumer devices, the CEO of FOSS4G-Korea business will give a presentation. Please invite Moses Chung.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for giving me such an opportunity to give a speech in such a great conference. And if you excuse me, for the online audience, I'd like to speak in Korean because the majority of audience would be comfortable with Korean. So yeah, I'll give a speech with Korean. 네, 한국말로.
Yeah. Please do understand English speakers because I will be giving presentation in Korean. So I think many of you know about drone mapping and what we are going to do in the future. And I'd like to talk about technologies in our roadmap. We are a Swiss company. Our technology is being used in 236 locations and countries. And in Korea, we have a lot of customers. And we have about 70,000 active users, which are medium to large size companies. And I'd like to speed up because there is a delay. And mostly we have R&D staff and in many different countries. We use like 26 languages in the headquarters, so we are a multinational company. And we have been growing in double digit, and our growth has never stopped for the past years. And we have grown like 10% to 20% every year, and we expect the same growth rate this year too. And Massachusetts Department of Police used our core engine to conduct a forensic analysis on traffic incidents or traffic accidents. And due to confidentiality, we couldn't add all the partners here. And Google and NASA are also our partners, and we will be cooperating with many Korean companies too. And we are mostly doing architecture, engineering, construction, surveying, and mapping. And also, we are involved in precision agriculture, energy utilities, and infrastructure. And recently, based on the global data, the inspection area is showing the L curve. So at this very moment, about 25,000 data is being collected and accumulated every hour. And we are continuing our innovation. And we recently released the format called OPF. It's based on open source, and it uses photogrammetry or point cloud data. So it's a point cloud data that can be combined with photogrammetry. So just like other hardware and software solutions, this can be used as a PI format. And as I said before, we are processing data globally, and we deal with massive amount of data every hour. And as the keynote speaker said, AI is being used. So we are using machine learning and AI to process data. So we are analyzing everything we can see. Basically, we provide our product called survey. So all the visible content is processed by AI, and recently at the antenna, we would AI extracts how much changes are made, even a few several degrees. And from drone, now we are coming down to the ground, and this is a free version. This is called this is based on Catch technology, so it's called Pix4D Catch. And we also created the Catch RTK equipment together with another partner company to process more data easily. And as I said, now not only drone, but scanning can be done rapidly on the ground, and the live feedback can be obtained. And cloud-based data processing is possible. So afterwards, AI and core engine is equipped, so the data is analyzed automatically. So the most rapid application is trench. So trench construction. So we create everything visible into data, so it's called as-built mapping. And during trench construction, if data is processed manually, it will take so much time and the site should be conserved for too long. So that's why we are digitizing this data as soon as possible, and AI is used to analyze the data, and if there is any issue later on, then this data can be rewound. So this is the technology we are using. So survey and measurement are all possible. And also, we can do this large scale as well as small scale, like mining area or section are large scales. And the mining industry is using our technology already to check the volume, but also small-scale volume check is possible too, and this is all based on cloud. And we also use GIS-based georeferencing data, so we are synced with geo-coordinate system in 3 countries so that this can be matched with the existing system you have been using. And one slide is added here. So if there is any car accident, then the data can be analyzed with our system. That's what US is doing now. And what you see on the left is the data processed just on image, and image data analyzed on LiDAR are being combined, and we have put a lot of efforts here. So we combined photogrammetry with LiDAR so that they can be mutually beneficial. And you have been also using drone, I assume. So there is data that can be captured by drone, as the previous speaker said, and the drone data and ground data can be combined seamlessly without error. And this is what we tested at about 200-meter distance. This can be seen visible, and we wanted to collect the data and see whether this data is really effective. Of course, this is less accurate than our eye detection, but still this is usable. And then our AP headquarters is located in Japan, and the left side, that's the data from LiDAR, and on the right side, that's the smartphone data turned into point cloud data processed with our system. So we were able to capture more data. And Catch RTK is with about handheld devices, and so previously total station was used, but it was really inconvenient because the scale was large, and we conducted research on whether a handheld device can replace the total station, and the existing GNSS could be replaced with small handheld device, and then there was no margin of error. And in Japan, this is registered on the or included in the performance review list, and President Son Jung-lee of SoftBank worked on this together, and that's why we were able to add this technology on the performance review list. And this is about relative accuracy, not just objective accuracy. Well, there are many large companies in Korea, and we are working with them, and thanks to relative accuracy, can we make this data with 1 centimeter or less accurate with the system now? So the margin of error between the field survey and digital twin was only like 1 centimeter. So this is used on the construction sites or civil engineering works. And point cloud had large spectrum of margin of error before. And as you can see, there is sharp angle or step, and here it was difficult to extract from point cloud, but within zero point 0.1 feet, you will be able to see these points, and whether it be government or companies, photogrammetric point cloud can be used for like requests for high accuracy, and this was released and announced in Las Vegas 3 months ago. And like RTK should be fixed always, but sometimes in urban areas, RTK is floating. So that's why we hid all the antenna of RTK. So only at some locations, RTK is fixed, and some in other areas, RTK is floating, and then digital twin is created. And then we conducted cadastral survey, and we found that the value was same with the fixed RTK. So like when you look at the website called Fix Free Lab, we uploaded these results. And trench, yeah, to be brief, it's like this. So with a small handheld device, you are able to scan the site, and you'll be able to see RTKs attached with margin of error of 1 centimeter. And this data can be used for design too. And then this one, like our staff who doesn't know anything about technology used a drone and smartphone, and then measured the site and filmed the site, and the data was merged. So this person is a novice and doesn't have any knowledge on survey and measurement, but the value was same as the output of cadastral survey expert. And this will be released this year, not released yet. I think many know about GCP, and this is the measurement points on the ground, and based on certain marks, GCP can be automatically detected. This is based on AR, and this is possible only when RTK is attached. And many before, there were similar services, but we wanted to create a ground-based system, and we only allowed several centimeter of errors, and we applied the anchoring technology, so this will be released soon. And on the left side, the BIM design data is uploaded, and then we are looking at it with smartphone. So this AR is on the ground and underground, and on the right side, during the trench construction, the point cloud data and the field data are there, so you are able to see the data at the time of construction, and then the data measured by our system. So this can be all seen on the site. And you'll be able to see what you see now as a layer. So Pix4D is like many of you would know that Pix4D uses sky technologies, but we also like expanded our scope of work to ground technology too. So we were not providing services in Korea before, but we have entered Korean market, cooperated and collaborated with Korean government agencies and corporations, and we want to develop technology suitable to Korea, and we are ready to collaborate based on our source technology. So please share with us your ideas. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Moving on, we're going on to the next presentation. In Seoul City, we are making digital geodata every year in the Seoul City government. And in the challenge, there was one person who awarded with the first place, and he is going to present his. And the title of his presentation is Real-Time Safety Accident Risk Early Analysis Seoul. My name is Choi Seung-yeop from Team Anyujin, which participated in the Seoul City Geospatial Information Challenge. And I just uploaded this presentation, and I thank for this new system. And the title of my presentation is Real-Time Safety Accident Risk Early Analysis in Seoul. And first of all, we use the population data in Seoul and also the road data to see the risky alleys where accidents can happen. And the images below are the results of our analysis. I'm going to talk about the process of analysis and go into details. First of all, necessity and purpose of our project. There was a big incident in Itaewon in 2022. And due to overpopulation in Itaewon, there was incident from that, and many casualties were created, so it received many attention from the public. And secondly, although there were administrative data that shows the population concentration, but it was not used to prevent the safety accident. So that's what the citizens were curious about. And a third point, because we can solve the problems caused from the concentration of the population, we thought our project fits the purpose of establishing a safe urban environment, which is one of the core texts of Seoul Vision 2030. And fourth, we thought that we need an analysis considering various factors like the slopiness of road. And the last point, because we need to predict how much population can be concentrated in an area, we thought that the prediction is a must. So that's the background of our project. The next is the flow chart. First of all, we came up with the analysis of the risky alleys, and we collected the real-time population movement and also the real-time location density. The first data was the safety accident, and we used the road data provided from the Seoul City government. And the second data was gathered from the real-time population data, and we used open API from the Seoul Metropolitan Government and SK's information. And based on this road and population data, we came up with the risky alleys in Seoul. And this is a detailed production process. Through road and DM data, we created this slopiness, and we only considered the road that's less than the width of 12 meters, because we don't see much safety accidents on roads. So we focus on the roads with a width less than 12 meters. And based on the 1 meter DM data provided from the Seoul city government, we used the slopiness of the Seoul city, and we calculated the riskiness based on the width of road and also slopiness. And the higher the slopiness and the lower the width of a road, we were able to see that the risk is higher. And the risk weight was added considering these factors. On the left, you can see a map displaying the riskiness based on our calculation. The red indicates risky alleys with higher population, and the blue indicates that it is relatively safer. When we calculated the riskness, because there was the maximum value, and we need to reduce the effect of the maximum value, we used the median value instead of the average value, and we categorized the roads into 4 categories. Next, to reflect the population, this is the process how we gather the data using the APIs. And we used APIs to get the data from 113 locations in Seoul, and we categorized. We got these 4 categories of data through API. And as I mentioned in the background, I mentioned that the prediction is very important. And through the AI model for the prediction, we made a prediction how dense the population, the location can be. And this AI model reflects population, traffic, weather, and the accident nature. So we can display them on the map. We converted this population data into geo data, and we went through the process of converting them. And the location of 130 locations in Seoul, and density or the population was reflected through POI geocoding. And to load the Open API data every 5 minutes, we loaded data through the Open API. And the next is creating the area of POI. And POI, you cannot see here, but they are indicated as points. And it doesn't only, it is not very persuasive to show the density as just mere points. So we calculated the area that can be overly dense based on these POI locations. And this is the result of our analysis. This is displayed in maps. And this is the data from the 3 p.m. November 2nd. These are the risky alleys based on our calculation and prediction. And this is the density and movement data using the API, and the yellow indicates that needs caution. So if there can be if more people are expected in this area, it can be risky. So it's displaying that as yellow, and red indicates that it is already populated and the risky alleys are there. And along with the risky alleys, the red alleys can be determined as risky, and it's shown as red. And the map on the right uses the same logic, but the data is a prediction based on the 3 p.m. data, and it's a data prediction for 4 p.m. And the population was made. The prediction and the actual result was different. You can see a red area expanded. And these two maps are created with the same logic as the maps above. The difference is that the maps above on the left was used based on the data from 3 p.m. and on the left it is made with the data from 4:40 p.m. and the right is made from different time. And you can see the map displaying different movements of people. So conclusion, we use the real-time population and the density of a location to come up with the riskiness of the alleys for safety accidents. And as you saw on the maps, you can see which area is more risky and specifically which alley can be very risky. And the right side, you can see the alley that's really risky. That's very narrow and also very sloppy. So you can expect that a safety accident can happen in these alleys. And these are the expected results. If there are any large-scale events planned by the local governments, then they can use our analysis result to predict the risky alleys, to prepare the safety measures and the limitations of our project. Because we provided the population data of 113 locations, and due to the restraint of the API, it's not provided as the point data, but as polygon data. If our map can display the riskiness as points, then it can be more specific in giving out the information how risky the area is. So that can be a point of that can be improved. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
예, 서울시를 대표
Thank you. On behalf of Seoul Metropolitan Government, we will take a break for 10 minutes and then we will move on to the panel discussion.
토론회에 앞서 오늘 함께 해주신 분들
Introduce the panelists and moderator. Moderator is Mr. Seo Dong-jo, head of the operating committee for the Urban Spatial Information Forum and professor at Seoul National University. Panelists include Hwang Byung-chul from Spatial Information Industry Promotion Agency and Kim Tae-hoon from Spatial Information Quality Management Service. CEO Choi Hae-hoon of Picaloka and Deputy Director Kim Si-jung from the Ministry of Land Infrastructure and Transport couldn't be here with us today. Then now I will hand over microphone to Mr. Seo Dong-jo, our moderator. Please give him a big round of applause. Yeah, I will just sit here and lead the panel discussion. Thank you for staying until the very end. And it's colder than I thought. Well, today, we wanted to create this space like a block wind, but the wind cannot be blocked under the Construction Act. So it's colder than I thought, but please do understand. And we listened to 7 presentations today. And today's theme is about public nature and new technologies of this geospatial information. So we listened to 7 presentations so far, and they were really interesting because these open source technologies are being utilized and many issues can arise and be addressed. And also, we were able to get some tips for addressing issues. So now we are joined by 3 panelists. And about this theme of public nature and new technology, could you please share your thoughts freely, one by one? And then afterwards, I will ask a few questions. And afterwards, we can open up the floor so that the audience here can ask questions. But we don't have much time. We need to finish the panel discussion by 5:25, so we only have like 20 minutes. First, to Mr. Hwang of SpaceN. Yeah, thank you, Professor Seo Dong-jo, for putting this event together, and thank you for staying until the very end, despite cold weather. So I thought about this panel discussion for several days and thought about what I need to talk in front of the audience, and how can Seoul Metropolitan Government and other local government authorities can further develop. So I will share what I thought about public nature and new technologies of urban spatial information. I think this has been a topic for several decades, and actually since BC 4000, an early form of city was created, and then in BC 3500 cities started to form, and in BC 2700 Mesopotamia and many civilizations formed and cities thrived. So cities were created based on the information they could get at that time. And when we look at the traditional heritage, then we can see animal skin, heritage that used animal skin or the materials that ancestors could use nearby or could source nearby. So I think this spatial information started from the very beginning of human history, and it was mostly dealt with in an analog method. And now, with the rapid development of technologies, like many of you have many of you remember XD or like computer 286, 386, so the older forms of computers. And now with the development of robotics, AI, and many other technologies, I think the society will change dramatically, and we have a lot of expectations, but we have also concerns, like because we have seen the possible future in Terminator or other movies. So cities in the future will be using AI and big data, and many social issues can be also addressed with these new technologies. But one concern is humans might use wrong big data, so we will need to pay attention so that AI doesn't make a wrong judgment. And also, the government will need to utilize the governance based on cooperation with private sector to create a sustainable urban development model. And the Space Sen is operating free world entrusted by the MOLIT, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, and we will make sure to operate this free world well. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. So, you mentioned that the village was created in BC 4500, and then you also mentioned XDT 286 and 386, and now we have moved on to the era of big data. So how can urban spatial information can contribute to these new changes? Yeah, and thank you for your comment. So I have a few questions, but I will ask them later after listening to other panelists. Now, Kim Tae-hoon from SIQMS. Yes, hello. I am from Spatial Information Quality Management Service. And I feel sorry that Busan didn't win the competition over Expo. And if we heard the good news, I think we would have feeling better. But I think there is a saying that your perspective changes when the landscape you see while standing changes. And let me give you an example of our agency, and 45% of the staff is Gen Z. And I think 1/3 of the audience here is also Gen Z. So I think the Gen Z is at the center of this urban spatial information. So I think I know that this event is also live streamed on YouTube. And thank you for organizing this event to engage Gen Z. And about spatial information, we heard many presentations, and this is what I think. So, spatial information, used to be the arena of specialized doctors so far. So, to make an analogy, now we will need general and generic doctors. So I have been searching for spatial information, but spatial information is no longer confined to a certain group of people, but now it should be open to the public and many should be able to access spatial information. And I think in that sense, FOSS4G play an important important era, and now we say we are living in the era of VUCA, like uncertainty and changes and so on. So I think we can find the answer in geospatial information and data. Yeah, thank you. I think he emphasized the opportunities open for urban spatial information forum, and he said that made an analogy that we need to now move on to general from specialized knowledge. And thank you for inviting me, and thank you for coming despite cold weather.
So what I felt throughout the day, although I've felt this for a long time, when the data can be commercialized, it is very fast in the adoption, and the development pace is very fast. So when this data can be used for real estate and to analyze the commercial land analysis, they have a high value. But when these data should be used for the public sector, like the disaster response, if it's used for the citizens, the adoption of this data is kind of slow. And although this is directly related to the safety of the citizens, due to the reason that this cannot be very profitable, the development or the adoption of this data is rather slow. If we can make use of this data from the investment of the public sector, that's very advisable. And also, I am doing my own startup, and this forum provided me an opportunity to think in that direction. Thank you for your remark. That is true. The public nature of the data is an opposite concept of commercialization, and how we can use the data for the businesses or to commercialize this data is one part, but the public nature can block the way in commercializing this data. But I think today's forum provided many alternatives to this idea that public nature prevents the data to be used. For example, SMAP provided from the Seoul city government. I have to look at the presentation. There was a map participated by the citizens, and this map enabled the non-expert government officials to participate in mapping, and also the X platform for real estate analysis, and that provided the visualization of the urban information, and it can be a useful information. And also Im Song-a's drone survey showed some possibility in terms of using the data for the public sector. The drones were used very efficiently and with low cost for the survey. And L-band and LiDAR technology, the combination of that can show that but this technology used to be the one that's used for the commercial purposes, but now we can see that this can be used rather for the public sectors. And today's presentation showed some possibilities that users can use them very easily. And in that regard, the public nature of this data and also the usability of the data go hand in hand. So I think all the discussions today and the presentations were meaningful in that regard. So I have some few questions to our panelists here. Hwang Byung-gyu mentioned that making use of V-World is very good, but in that we need to make it very easy to use for users. And you've already provided something in terms of three-dimensional. And it sometimes can conflict with the interest of the private sector and also startups. So I know you have gone through many hardships. But if you can make V-Word more popular, or if you have any ways to boost user usage, then it will be very helpful. So can you share any ideas about that? Thank you, Professor Seo-Jung-ju, for your good question. So we are managing the V-World, and we also provide open APIs when we provide the data to the users. And here we can see that the quantity and quality of data is very important. And with the Ministry of Land, we are improving the data continuously. And we're also upgrading the database. And also we're cooperating with the Ministry of Land to make it more useful. People can use the public website, but if now our aim is to make V-World to be recognized as the first destination you go visit to get public data. So we are incomparable with Google, but we are aiming to be a Google in Korea. And if you have any inconveniences you experience while using the V-World, we will not spare any effort to improve that. So please share those difficulties with us or the Ministry of Land. Do we have any channels where we communicate the pain points? If you access the V-World website, or if we just call us or contact us, then it will be appreciated. Okay, understood. So if you contact us, then we are very open and we will take your ideas and improve. And we will talk with the Ministry of Land and Ministry of Finance and Planning so we can get some budgets. Now I have a question to Kim Tae-hoon. We need a private doctor rather than a special doctor. And today's conference is co-hosted by the Cadastral Engineers Association. So it is the location that we gathered all the best professional engineers here. And my question is that how can the professionals here can be the private doctor for the problems? Is it too much of a difficult question? It's an irony that I talk about this as a failure as a professional engineer because I released 5 books, but they didn't gain any attraction, although I used the title professional engineers. Well, now I want to use 2 words. First, aggressively, and secondly, verb. So, firstly, in our association of professional engineers, we need some aggressive approach. As you all know, we are doing much things in land in digital twins, and here we don't. It's not only land that we have in digital twins, but there are many other sectors, and digital twins, they really need us. But we are still inside the limitation of the Geodata Act. But we have our seniors here, so we can learn from that. And I also attend many meetings. Spatial information quality management service isn't just passive. We are very active. And second thing I want to emphasize is the verb. I think we contributed much using the geodata. But I think at the level of professional engineers, I think we need a voluntary organization. I'm not saying that we should do voluntary work like delivering the calls, but our association just concluded an MOU with Gyeonggi University, and we were very much sought after on site, but the engineers didn't have any opportunity to help the students. Now, promoting ourselves can be a kind of voluntary work, so that's what we can do. So voluntary work is what we can do. So he emphasized the 2 keywords, aggressive and voluntary word. So I think I will understand that as you will do voluntary works very aggressively. And as the professionals in geodata, you are going to activate more works that's done by the professional engineers more voluntarily. And now I have a question to Chae-Won. And all in all, if we just think of today's conference in one theme, we can look at the data in terms of value of data from the perspective of the efficiency or the value. But today, it was more, we focus more on the utilization of data rather than the value of data. So how easily the data can be used, and also the public acceptance of the data was presented by Park Yoo-jun from the Ministry of Finance. So he talked about the importance of public acceptance of these geodata. So rather than the value effectiveness, we focused and we talked more about the access to the data and also the value of the data. In that regard, one of the keywords in the discussions was, I think you already commented that we saw many, we were able to interpret the data in a new, from a new perspective.
성공이라고 하는 그 이분법적인 어떤 그 위험한 어려운 부분에서 사실 이 사업을 수행하는 것 아닌가라는 생각이 듭니다.
From a startup's point of view, I think if you're doing business using the geo data, I think it's a very bipolar experience, either success or failure. And from the experience of a startup, I think you have to talk about the value of data. First of all, I want to mention that Korea is taking a lead in terms of geodata sector. The professor, the first presenter, also mentioned that fact in his presentation. But what we need to do from now on is how we can further make use of this data using our ICT technologies. And for that, we need to develop more APIs that fits the mobile devices that people use. So in that regard, startups or students who want to work in this field, if they pay attention to that, that will be very nice. And also secondly, I majored in environment, and our company is a IT company, and 80% of the developers are female. But on the other hand, the ratio of female in geodata is very low. And I would like to encourage students to take up more challenges in this geodata as a female. So I think you are saying that you encourage more participation and challenges. Now it's 5:30, and we are supposed to end by 5:25, and we used up 5 more minutes. And although I'd love to discuss further, due to the time constraints, we will just wrap it up in here. And
오늘 참여하신 여러분들 가운데 어떤
if any of the participants here have any questions or comments, if you wanted to share something, then you can do that right here. So before we officially just wrap up this discussion, is there anyone who would like to share their opinion?
혹시 우리 교육과 관련돼서 우리 고등학교 선생님 나와 계시는데
We have a high school teacher here. He's from the education field. Can you share your impression of today's conference? Can I pass over the microphone to you? I know it's a very last-minute request.
너무 갑작스러운 부탁이라
저는 처음
Yeah, I couldn't join from the start. What I want to say is in high schools, I hope students can be hired by geodata companies. And to do so, like, what should we teach our students? What should students learn from the school if they want to join the geo and spatial information companies? That came to my mind. Thank you. Thank you for your question. Well, who would like to answer? Well, which high school are you working for? Seoul Digitech High School in Itaewon. It's an IT specialized high school. Yes. So, and we are engaged in geodata project, and we also have a few classes on geodata. Well, in my agency, there is a talent nurturing course, and in that regard, like, we work together with geospatial geodata specialized high schools and universities, and graduate schools, of course. So a few high schools are selected as partners for our agency. And this year it's over, and next year we will open up open application. So please join if you're interested. So we provide curriculum, and we also help students do interview. This year it's already over, but next year, if you're interested, please reach out to us. Then I can share with you the details. Thank you. Okay, yes, so high school teacher who also provides classes on geospatial information. He asked a question because he wants to nurture geodata experts, and so I think there are many programs and projects where these agencies and IT specialized schools can cooperate together. So you can talk with each other and discuss the guidelines to foster human talents. When you look at the trend of geospatial information, then there is the geodata engineer license. So it has 3 curriculums, including design, and I think it'll be really helpful for students. And we also created the survey VR software. So if we visit your high school, then we can be help. Okay, thank you. Due to the interest of time, we will wrap up panel discussion here. Yeah, many are feeling cold, so I think we would need to do some stretching maybe. Well, thank you everyone for staying with us, and thank you panelists for sharing your insight. This wraps up a panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Saw, and panelists. Please give them. Please be seated again. Thank you for your participation. And now we will have an award ceremony for the contest of 2023 Digital Geodata Utilization. And this contest was about utilizing digital geodata of Seoul Metropolitan Government to address many issues, including safety, welfare, and environment of Seoul. And we wanted to encourage citizens' participation. A total of 34 teams participated, and through preliminary assessment and general assessment, 7 awardees were selected. So now let's move on to the award ceremony. On behalf of Oh Se-hoon, Mayor of Seoul, Head of Spatial Information Division, Seo Mi-yeon, will present the award. Please give her a big round of applause. Awardees, if I call your name, please come to the stage. Grand prize in the name of Seoul Metropolitan Government Mayor. The grand prize goes to An Yoo-jin Tim. Please come up to the stage. Certificate of Award, Grand Prize, An Yoo-jin Tim. The awardee won the 2023 Digital Geodata Contest held by Seoul Metropolitan Government. November 29, 2023, Oh Se-hoon, Mayor of Seoul, Metropolitan Government. Congratulations. Together with the certificate of award, gift certificate worth 3 million won will be awarded. We will take a group photo. The awardees, please stand in front of the distinguished guests. Please give them a big round of applause.
네, 자리로 돌아가.
Please take your seats. Thank you. Next, the second prize, 2023 Digital Geodata Contest. Second prize, TSM team and Inflow team. First, let me invite TSM team over to the stage. Certificate of award, TSM team, same as above. Thank you. Congratulations. Together with the certificate of award, the gift certificate worth 1.5 million won will be provided. Let's take a group photo. The awardees, please stand in front of the distinguished guests. Please give them a big round of applause. Please take your seats. Next, Inflow team. Certificate of award, first prize, same as above. Congratulations. Gift certificate of 1.5 million won will be provided together with the certificate of award. Let's take a group photo. Please stand in front of distinguished guests. Please give them a big round of applause. Please be seated. Next, Excellence Award. 2023 Digital Geodata Contest, Crime Watch, Oseungju, Safe Home, My Safe Home, and Siesta team. These four teams won the second prize, which is the Excellence Prize. Let me invite Crime Watch team. Certificate of award, Excellence Prize, Crime Watch team, same as above. Congratulations. Together with the certificate of award, gift certificate of 500,000 won will be provided. Let's take a group photo. Stand in front of distinguished guests, please. Please give them a big round of applause. Please go back to your seats. Next, Oseungju. Let me invite Oseungju over to the stage. Certificate of award, Excellence Prize, Oseungju, same as above. Congratulations. Together with certificate of award, gift certificate of 500,000 won will be provided. We'll take a group photo, stand in front of guests. Please give her a big round of applause. Please take your seats. And next, My Safe Home team. Certificate of Award, Excellence Prize. My Safe Home team, same as above, congratulations. The gift certificate of 500,000 won will be provided together with the certificate. Let's take a group photo. Please stand in front of the guests. Please give him a big round of applause. Please take your seat. Next, Siesta team. Certificate of Award, Excellence Prize, Siesta team, same as above. Congratulations. Together with the certificate, gift certificate of 500,000 won will be provided. Let's take a group photo. Please stand in front of distinguished guests. Please give them a big hand. Take your seats, please. This wraps up the award ceremony for 2023 Digital Geodata Contest. Thank you, Seo Mi-yeon, in charge of Spatial Information in Seoul Metropolitan Government. This event was really successful, and now we are at the very end of the event. Last but not least, closing remarks will be provided by President Lee Ho-sang of Korean Society for Cadastral Technology. Please give him a big round of applause.
I am not the person who's in front of the podium usually, so I'll just speak in here. First of all, I would like to thank Seoul Metropolitan Government, who just hosted and led the conference, and also Seo Dong-jo, the organizing committee chair, and Bae Sang-jo, president, and also the participants who participated today's conference despite this chilly weather. And I would like to make a short comment on the presentations. And for Professor Brunelli, she talked about the data-centered AI. And the second presentation, I really liked it because it was very brief. And Lee Yong-ik talked about administrative leadership and establishment to the easy access to the public was a very good flow. And Lee Eun-young talked about the real estate trend policy platform. She said that we need an immediate platform for the responses, and I really loved the dashboard at the end. And for the next presentation, the drone video-based survey can be used even in the metaverse. I really love that. And L-band technology for land safety management. When I was in charge of drone in the institute, I could see the progress so far from the time when we worked together. And lastly, Jeong-yeom was talking about the PDF OP file, and also he talked about this new product as well. And thank you for staying with us until very late. And probably we will have this kind of gathering next year where we can gather people from the cadastral and also the survey. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Io-san, President Io-san, once again for your good remarks. The 31st Urban Spatial Information Forum and the 6th Joint Conference of Geospatial Information Professional Engineers has officially concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, all the speakers, thank you very much for your attendance. My name was Yu Byung-min from Seoul Metropolitan Government, and thank you very much.